Good morning. Happy Friday. I am alternate juror, and thank you everyone for being here. I see Gabby's here and Stormy's here, having a little conversation about Connecticut. Good morning, Vaughn. I right before I got ready to start, everything went black. All right, from just right across all my screens. So I was like, crap. I was trying to hustle. I'm like, I want to be on time for once this week. We can all dream. Yes. Hey, I've never been to Connecticut. Have I been to Connecticut? I don't think I've ever been to Connecticut. I've been to New York State, but not New York City, Vermont, and that way, Massachusetts. It's like 47 degrees here, and it was 73 for 2 days. So it's a little chilly. Actually, I just have a t-shirt on under here. It's just, but yeah. So if we could get the 70s back without the thunderstorms that we've had for the past few days, that'd be excellent because I have a dog that does not sleep when it thunderstorms. And so that's been a good time for the past 2 nights of having a Great Dane panting in my face. The one I said sounds like an obscene phone call. Add that plus panting, it's perfect. Well, I'm not quite as cold as you, so I'll take that. But that is probably very nice for you where you're at out there in Utah. Okay, so I don't have any updates on anything. I haven't seen anything, but I am going to try to start with the news channels coverage because when I was going through stuff yesterday, they're showing stuff we're not seeing. So they showed the body cam video where we just, which I think most of you would have been okay just looking at Viking Cop and not the uh, body cam video from him. I'm not sure why Judge Boyd's not putting it up when they are putting it out. So I don't know what's happening there. I don't know if this audio is any better. I did notice that somebody sent a clip of the defense's crazy opening that we saw to Law Talk with Mike, which I like to watch, and they didn't use the courtroom audio of the news station either. So it wasn't just me. It apparently was horrible. Because I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys are missing the best angle because the prosecutor's table was sitting there trying not to laugh the entire time. Um, I saw it, Gabby. I kind of started watching it. Then I yesterday was really busy for me, so I wasn't able to finish watching it. I did read your nice comments, though. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. When you said gave a shout out to your channel, I was like, oh crap, because I saw some mean comments on there. Actually, just a couple mean comments. Um, and I thought they're going to come in and try to. I didn't want them to come in and disrupt the when they were on, but then I thought, who am I kidding? I've got all you guys. You guys will handle them. So it was fine. I did read his reply back to her. I think it's a her. I don't know. And it was funny. No, I know you're talking about. Yeah, I saw it. It's got a funny name at the beginning of it, and I started watching it because they were waiting for people to show up, and yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. That's kind of bugged me. What that is because I haven't had a chance to watch it all the way through. So because it was in 2020 as well, so I don't know. It was odd. So anyway, I have the news channels. I have both pulled up. Is he on the Zoom? Because I couldn't even tell who was in the bottom, and I thought it just looked like official people. So that's all the further I got when they were waiting for people to show up, and I couldn't tell who anybody was, and then I had to get off of the I had to get off my computer because my dad needed me. So yeah, that's just what happens. Okay, I'll take a I mean, I don't know if you couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear it, so I have no idea. But okay, so I probably just better tell what we're doing. We are doing day 2 of the Jose did they pronounce it Ruiz? Ruiz? I don't know. Trial. Him and his girlfriend are accused of unaliving her 5-year-old daughter and by I think forcing what I gathered, forcing food down in her mouth. He we heard her sister, who was, what, 6 or 7 at the time, talking about what she saw them do to Mercedes. It wasn't good. She had an accident, and the sister said he told her to lick up her urine. I don't know how, it doesn't even matter because I was thinking about this yesterday. I don't, other than the pain would have been constant, how far what he was doing with those thumbtacks that he was putting in the bottom of her feet. If he was like just poking her or was he slamming them in there? I wasn't ever quite clear on that. Again, there was a cold shower, cold bath, whatever, which she was beaten when they took her to the emergency room because she wasn't breathing. She was covered head to head to toe in bruises, missing a couple of toenails. So, not sure what happened there. They've not talked about that. Don't want to know. You could tell even being an ER nurse, it got to him looking at those pictures of her again. So, apparently, they supposedly tried to do CPR on her before they took her to the emergency room. The emergency room tried to do CPR, was unsuccessful at it. Uh, yeah, very good point. Yeah, yep, good point. It was so hard to hear that little girl, and because she just said it so like, this is just the stuff that happens at my house. I did read the mom was 16 when she had her first daughter, which so they were born back to back, basically. Um, very young, don't know what not that 16-year-olds have babies all the time and they take care of them. I don't know what her family support was. I have no idea of any of that. So, I'm not saying just because she had a baby at 16 that made her a bad parent. I'm not saying that at all. The fact that she slapped and her daughter talked about it as it happened all the time, that made and, she was bleeding or the side or the other, that made her a bad parent. Oh, also her daughter's not alive anymore. That made her a bad parent. And she gave him to this man that's on trial. Also bad parent. He wasn't even living in their house because I believe they said she lived with her father and he didn't like him. Obviously could see something was wrong with him. And the fact that he just sat there through all that testimony from that little girl who was naming him and didn't even flinch. I never saw any reaction out of him. Yeah, and I mean, I guess we have to give the defense that one because she said you can start losing teeth at 5. I think was it Hamilton or Stormy made a comment about losing teeth at 5. Hamilton, if you're here, you get your work done before you watch this today because I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't want you to get reprimanded again. Don't make any more mistakes. I'm looking out for you. That's your note. That's just a note to you. You did. Okay. I couldn't remember. So I guess we'll do that. We'll give her that one that maybe she lost him. Yeah, I felt so bad when Hamilton said that. I was like, "Oh no. Don't let these people upset you that much." It's horrible, but there's nothing in this case that you can she can't do anything about it. I did save something for her to watch though before we do day 3. She'll enjoy it. It's with this judge before this trial resumes. I know. I hope she just and I hope she has just padded the walls with nothing but bubble wrap, like 3 inches thick at least, so that she can just throw and the floor with padding so she can just throw her phone and it doesn't get injured. If there's a bubble wrap shortage, we know where it all went. Just putting that out there. All right, let me get this going. Like I said, we will try to do the news one because they're showing things that we're not seeing with Judge Boyd's channel. Yes. You know what she should do is just keep bubble wrap in her hand so then when she wants to throw something, she can just twist it. Just and make her feel like she's doing something to the defendant that she's probably would like to do. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, let's see where we're going. Like I said, hopefully they have fixed their audio. I can't tell you if they have because when I listened to this on day 1 before on just the news, it wasn't bad. All right, I've got everything up. Those closed captionings. All right, that's great. And if you guys can't hear this, then I will switch and we will go. I we will switch and go to Judge Boyd. So you guys let me know. I know if it's soft on my end that it's probably soft on your end. If it's soft, I'll try to just put the voice boost on. That's what I did the other day and I think you guys said that that was better. Might blast us out. Who knows? So far there's no sound, so don't worry. Oh, well, you don't even get to hear crazy talk. That's the thing about if it's in Judge Boyd's feed, we get to hear a lot of stuff that they don't play on here. Don't worry. I'll tell you when there's Oh, and I it's appearing again. Good. As soon as we get this figured out, I gotta go turn the stuff off downstairs that I forgot to turn off before I came up here, so it doesn't mess with my signal.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
That's super quiet.
State, call your next witness. State, call roll. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. State your name for the record.
Good morning.
Hang on.
Yes, my name's Raul Hurtado. I've been with the SAPD Crime Scene Unit for 14 years. I'm a veteran. I graduated from Texas A&M Kingsville, and I've been on. Like
I
said, I've
just
been
have it on
department for
voice
14
boost
years, over
right now.
14 years.
The entire 14 years with SAPD, have you been in a crime scene?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
What are your duties as a crime scene officer?
Crime scene investigator. We document crime scenes, document and process crime scenes. Yes.
What sort of things do you do to document?
3D, Leica, or 3D scan, photography, video, sketch.
You guys tell me what you think.
What shift do you prefer?
I work the morning shift from 6 to 4. It's a 10-hour shift. I've been on this shift probably around 5 years, 6 years.
Were you working that shift back in February of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Give me a sec.
And were you assigned to the case?
Yeah, well, Judge Boyd's going to yell in your ear in just a second. Sorry, I keep forgetting to share my screen. Here's Judge Boyd.
So. How can I find out what was lost?
I can contact Victoria Fernandez. She's our intaker.
Name Munoz and Lorraine Efron.
All right. Both parties ready to proceed?
Oh, let's see what
Yes,
they were
there is
arguments
one.
were.
No, actually never met him, never had him, no.
Yeah, no, he's not the most accessible person. As in, he's not accessible.
What?
As in, he's not accessible.
Was here in San Antonio?
He's down in Noises Town now.
I know that.
So we can hear these guys better, right?
He was, I don't know, I actually never met
I
him.
never had him.
No.
I never met him.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 4248A, State of Texas versus Jose Angel Ruiz. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Mitchell, Marissa Giovenco, and Ali Jackson.
Defense?
Teresa Connolly, Renee Munoz, and Lorraine Efron.
Did you
All
make
right.
enough for everyone?
Both parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, could you bring the jurors in?
Yes.
Just kidding. Hope it was good. All right,
All
so
right, for the jury.
um I can tell you, Gabby. But I can't see it right this very second. If you've been here, have you been a month? It's just your once you've been a member for like 1 month, when you start your second month, it will turn a different color.
Please be seated. State, call your next witness.
State called Raul Hurtado.
Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. State your name for the record.
Raul Hurtado.
State.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Hurtado.
Good morning.
Can you please briefly introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name's Raul Hurtado. I've been with the SAPD crime scene unit for 14 years. I'm a veteran. I graduated from Texas A&M Kingsville, and I've been on, like I said, I've been on the department for 14 years, over 14 years.
The entire 14 years with SAPD, have you been in crime scene, the crime scene unit?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
What are your duties as a crime scene officer?
Crime scene investigator, we document crime scenes, document and process crime scenes.
And what sort of things do you do to document and process crime?
3D, Leica or 3D scan, photography, video,
Well,
sketch.
Tell me that so I can tell, like, shout it out. So shouting it out.
What shift do
Gabby's
you
been a
currently
member
work?
for 1
I
month.
work the morning shift from 6 to 4.
How long have you been on
It
that?
should tell me.
I've been on this shift
I
probably
do
around
really
5 years,
appreciate it.
6 years.
Were you working that shift back in February of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And were you assigned to a case involving a Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you go to any crime scene involving this case?
Yes, went to an apartment location. for
Do you
crime.
recall the address of this apartment?
It was on Vance Jackson, somewhere on that ship.
When you're going to crime scenes, do you make reports?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
No
And
way.
with looking at did you make a report in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And we're referring to your report, help you refresh your memory.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 73. If you want to go ahead and look through this.
All right, my whole YouTube studio froze. So hopefully you guys are okay.
This appeared to be your report.
This is my report. Yes,
And is that
ma'am.
a complete report?
It is?
So I ask that you look at this to refresh your memory, but just please don't read directly from it.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said it was on Vance Jackson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in Bear County?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did this house or apartment
Keep
belong
close.
to?
Good eye, Abby.
When
Abby.
I
Gap.
got to the scene, the lead CSI, Joe Rodriguez, he briefed me on it, and he just gave me incident details, saying that it was a possible crime scene.
How many CSIs were at the scene when you got there?
One, and then we had 2 assists, including myself.
Is it normal to have multiple CSIs working a scene?
This was a pretty large scene from the initial report. So it more than likely we do at least 3 or 4 on a case this big.
What's the purpose of having multiple CSIs on? the
Just
scene?
make sure that we're thorough, and then we have multiple tasks. So so we won't get bogged down, one of us, with a whole bunch of duties. We can prioritize and concentrate on each duty. So that's why they assign multiple.
You mentioned when you were talking about the duties of a CSI, one of them is videography, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And explain that to the jury.
Well, basically, it's just another form of documentation, and we either scan the scene, we photograph it, and we videotape it at times. But a case like this, where there's a death of a person, we're gonna videotape it.
And are these videotapes silent or do they have audio?
There's we plug them out, so yes.
You can just see
So there's
everything.
yes, just for visual.
All right, excuse me. If you all can make sure one person talks at a time, so wait till the question is finished to answer, because it makes it difficult for the court reporter to take down 2 people talking at once.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, and I'll kind of stop us both if we start doing that again. Okay. Was there a video taken of this crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit number 65. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what is on this?
The video of the crime scene.
Okay. And is it a full and complete copy of the crime scene video? Or
Yes,
that
it
you viewed? Yeah.
is, but I didn't, we mentioned before, I did not take the video.
But you did view it,
Yes. I
and
did.
you were present at this crime scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of what the crime scene looked like when you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know that you've seen this video?
Well, I've seen it and I initialed it, and then I put my badge number and date.
This time I offer State's Exhibit number 65 into evidence.
No objection.
State's exhibit, State's Exhibit number 65 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
I was trying to figure out a way to play the video, but still listen to her audio. I can't do that because I can't share both screens. And I noticed that they were a lot more white. I think it's her red dress. She needs some sunshine.
Playing the first video.
Well, yes, that is true. I know I do. Stormy's probably good. She's 90 degrees.
It's a short video. What does that first video show?
Just showing it overall the exterior location.
I don't know why she's not showing us.
So as this plays, you can see that there's already evidence markers. Do you CSIs do that, or does someone else do that?
We do that.
I bet you're not as white as her, Stormy. That woman is white. So the other one shows the video, but I can't play the audio from this page and the video from that page. Because I can't share both pages at the same time. Which doesn't sound like there's any audio.
What was your duty or your assignment that day while you were at the apartment?
After getting with the other
All right, give me a sec. Even though we might not be able to hear the lawyers. Oh, it's not YouTube. It's StreamYard. Give me a second. I'll reopen the other one. I got it. I'll put it up, Gabby. But I knew you'd find it. I know. You're like the little FBI. All right. Here we go. Maybe the court will fix their audio.
So as this plays, you can see
That is so soft.
that there's already evidence markers. Do you CSIs do that, or does someone else do that?
We do that.
Sorry.
What was your duty or your assignment that
Can you guys hear that at all? Because it's really soft.
After After getting with the other CSIs, I was tasked with collecting the evidence.
So everything that's marked.
Yes, ma'am. And that was a joint evidentiary search, all of us included.
What was the state of the apartment as you guys walked through it and searched?
Well, there was a lot of personal effects left, a lot of trash. Obviously, somebody had vacated the premises.
All right, I've got literally everything on my computer turned up as far as it will go. What are some of the things that are standing out to you as you're going through and watching this video again?
Just possible evidentiary items, DNA, cleansers and cleaners and liner gloves and things as such.
Can you kind of just talk the jury as we're watching? What objects are you guys zooming in on? So what would this number 8 be?
Number 8 would be a used Band-Aid.
And then this would be number 9, correct?
That's correct.
What are you observing there?
Clothing and child's panties.
And then here at number 10.
Liners, glove liners.
Have we already seen several pairs of gloves on this video so far?
Yes, throughout the apartment there was.
You'll need to ask questions.
And what's here at number 11?
The sock and the Band-Aid.
What's being zoomed in on right now?
Thumbtacks.
And what about here at number 12?
Looks like a 7.62 long gun.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hurtado, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am. It looks like a 7.62 long gun ammo.
And then here at number 13?
Some type of case, some type of, I'm not too sure what you call it. receipt.
At 15.
Another sock.
What's here at number 20 or 28 rather?
Yeah, it was some type of stain that was checked for apparent blood.
I was gonna say, please don't say that's blood. That would be awful.
And number 17.
More hair strands.
The sister was just a recording. They didn't show her because she's a minor.
27 was the sandals.
I think they live like this, Bon. I think this is his place.
What are you seeing at number 21?
21 looked like it was a soiled puppy pad.
And number 18.
The sock.
Then at 19.
Matted hair.
You know,
Number 20.
Also matted hair.
Number 22. We seem to be zooming in. What's on marked here?
Some type of substance.
What's here at number 23?
I believe it was a upper garment.
Like a top.
Like a top, yes.
And then number 24.
oh,
Thumbtack.
I was glad we didn't see those the other day.
And what's here at number 25? If you know.
Yes, it looked like the package for a bandage. Or partial, a partial.
Hurtado, how many clumps of hair were collected in the crime scene?
I think we all
I
did.
would have to refer to my
Yeah,
report,
you want
but
to
yeah.
refer and refresh your memory.
She does look like Harry Potter. Or not Harry Potter, but that she belongs on Harry Potter.
I
counted 6.
And how many thumbtacks were collected?
Multiple. Yeah, multiple.
Your Honor, may I approach? Yes. I'm showing you photos that have been marked as State's Exhibits 42 through 64, and then 66 through 72. I apologize, I had a disc in the middle of them. Can you please flip through these?
Well, she's kind of, you can hear her when she's by a microphone. Is that a lapel mic sitting in front of him? And she doesn't, she needs to put it on. I can't tell. Maybe not. Can't tell what that is. So while we have a break, for those of you that are just joining us, I know the audio is low on this channel, but from Judge Boyd's feed, we don't get to see the videos. And I have everything is up as high as I can go. It's them, the news. Call Channel 12. Gabby, that's awful. I'm sorry that happened to you. That's horrible. Send to you, Stormy. That would. I'm sorry. That's awful.
And do you recognize what's in these photographs?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And what's in these photographs?
The crime scene.
The same crime scene that we just viewed the videotape of.
That's correct.
And are these photos a fair and accurate depiction of how the crime scene looked that day?
They are.
Your Honor, this time we would offer State's Exhibits 42 through 64, 66 through 72.
No objection.
Adair, the mom has already pled
42,
guilty
64, and
She will be
66 through
testifying.
72 are admitted without objection.
at some point.
Overall, how many items of evidence were collected from that crime scene?
We'll refer to my report.
Yes.
Looks like 38 items of evidence.
And they can't keep their audio in the mouth together.
So let's, how do when you collect these items of evidence, how are they labeled?
In chronological order.
And who does the labeling? Well, kind of talk the jury through how you collect and label and preserve.
The actual marking of the items of evidence was done joint with all the CSIs. If somebody spots something that's evidentiary, they'll you know, they bring it to my attention, which I'm going to be the person collecting it. So it was a
Collect and label them.
All right, I'll be right back.
What they're labeled as.
That's correct.
Let's talk specifically. So this is showing what's been marked and admitted as Stig's exhibit number 43. What item of evidence is depicted in Stig's exhibit 43?
So there was multiple items of evidence, and they were all entangled. So it was a clump of hair, a thumbtack in between. I mean, basically a wipe that was wrapped around those items.
And this is going to be collected by you, correct?
Yes, I collected them all together.
When you label and collect evidence, what do you do with the evidence afterwards?
Once the report is done and everything is verified chronologically, then everything's packaged, marked, and then we put a barcode on it.
Is that barcode unique to this case?
Yes, it is.
And what's done after you've collected and labeled and barcoded the evidence?
Everything is turned into the property room.
Were you the one who turned everything to property room in this case?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Did you bring any item of evidence with you?
Yes,
Which item of evidence did you bring with you?
I brought E5, which is the one we're looking at right now.
Your Honor, may I? Yes.
So is this what you were referring to? You brought,
Yes, ma'am.
and how do you know this is the same E5 that you collected?
Well, I know because that's my handwriting, and we turn it around, and those are my initials and my badge number.
And is there a case number on this?
There is.
What's that case number?
Case number is 22026527 SAPD.
And does that match the case number assigned to this case?
It does.
You can go ahead. Angela.
Really small.
I don't know why they struggle with that every time.
If you just want to cut it open and then just look inside, please, without
Yes, ma'am.
showing any, without dumping anything out.
The paper will be loud though. I agree. And or
You look inside.
they're an island.
Is
I
that
hear
E5 that you
another
collected?
YouTuber
It
say
is.
send them to
Is it in
Snake
the same
Island.
or substantial condition as when you collected it?
It is.
Your Honor, I would like to mark this as safe exhibit number 74 and offer into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. State exhibit 74 is admitted without objection. I'm sorry, you said 74, Your Honor? Yes.
I was just thinking the same thing, Vaughn. Don't update it, just throw them there.
And how do you make sure when you log everything into evidence that it's secure and nobody can get to it?
Well, first of all, I'm the one securing the packages, and then those packages are taken straight to the property room. So nobody has access to those packages after I drop them off in the in the property room.
You brought the state exhibit 74 today.
I did.
I'm gonna pass the witness. Good morning, Mr. Hurtado.
Good morning, ma'am.
Oh, here comes crazy.
All right, this witness, excused or subject to recall. Excuse from the state.
It's
All right,
it's to preserve the evidence, Adair. He just needs bigger gloves.
Cannot watch anything regarding this case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down, but please leave the exhibit with the court reporter. And everyone, just give us about 2 minutes while they exchange things, because there are certain things the court reporter needs to do.
I don't know why her audio on her channel is on her feed is so much better than the news. They should just use her feed. Use her audio.
Yes, you can come up.
All right, guys, because I always forget while we have a little break, please hit the like button and subscribe button if you haven't already. Appreciate everyone that's here. Hopefully the audio gets better.
Just have a seat.
And so our Channel 12 knows it's for them. Yeah, but they still, in case anything happens there, that they got to go back and do anything to that, they want to make sure it's not contaminated.
All right, Donna, you ready? State, call your next witness. State call Sergeant Christopher Lloyd.
Of course
All
you
right, can you
did.
raise your right hand for me, please? Do you
I
solemnly
always
swear that the
appreciate it.
testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Christopher Lloyd.
State.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Can you please briefly introduce yourself to the jury?
As I said, I'm Christopher Lloyd. I've been with the San Antonio Police Department for approximately 11 years. I've been assigned to the homicide unit for approximately 3 years now.
What kind of training and schooling did you have to become an officer with SAPD?
Prior to joining the department, I went through the approximately 9-month academy classes. Inside those classes, we learned the different aspects of law application within policing in the communities. While in the homicide unit, I also attended classes for arrest, search, and seizure, and other technical classes for reviewing evidence.
How long have you been a sergeant?
I promoted to sergeant in November of 23.
Before that, what was your assignment and rank?
Prior to 23, I promoted to detective in November of 2021 or 20, I believe. And then I was brought over to the homicide unit pretty quickly. And inside the homicide unit, I worked in the aggravated assaults detail for approximately a year. And then I moved over to the murder detail in January of 22.
What kind of duties do you have as a detective with SAPD in the homicide unit specifically?
As a detective in the homicide unit, I would be assigned cases where I would investigate miscellaneous assaults ranging from
So
a person slapping
flat.
themselves or slapping somebody all the way up to somebody getting killed.
At some point, did you become involved in a case involving Jose Ruiz?
Move an eyebrow.
Yes, ma'am. I was requested to assist Detective Size with an interview.
So just requested to do an interview, correct?
That's correct.
Was it your case or someone else's case primarily?
This case was assigned to Detective Size.
And what was the sole extent of your duties and involvement in this case?
I was requested to interview the defendant.
Jose Ruiz, correct?
That is correct.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
They don't move. I
And
just
identify
like
him?
just put them up there.
He's in the blue jacket on the right-hand side.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. When did you become involved? Was it that day or later?
I believe it was that day. I was requested to interview the defendant at headquarters.
What day was that?
I believe it was February 27th.
Did you write a report as part of your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And would looking at that help refresh your memory and give testimony?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 75. You want to just
No
flip
personality there.
through that. Is this your report?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And is this a full and complete copy of your report?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, I would ask that you just refer to it to refresh your memory, but please don't read from it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So looking at your report, what was the day that you went to interview Mr. Ruiz?
It was actually February 7th, 2022.
Of 2022? Where was this interview conducted?
This interview was conducted at SAPD headquarters in the interview rooms.
What was the demeanor of the defendant when you spoke to him?
He was pretty calm throughout the interview. Let's take-
And was this interview recorded?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
How does it record it? Like, how do you explain the setup of the room to the jury?
So the rooms have multiple recording devices that are activated prior to a person being brought in them. They're tagged with case numbers so that they're easily identifiable later on, and they run through the continuation of the interview process.
So the whole saving and tagging of the number, is that an automated thing, or do you have to go back and do that?
It's generally when you do start the room, you'll set up the tagging with the correct case number and CFSs, but you can go back and correct them if there's additional cases that are related later on.
And on the day of the interview, was the recording equipment in working condition?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And was everything safe correctly?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if he could handle both, Gabby. That'd be a
Showing
wild
you what's
night
been
out.
Marked as State's Exhibit number 76. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is this the audio recording of your interview with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And how do you know that that is the audio recording?
Because I previously listened to it and I also initialed it with my initials, my badge, and then the date.
Okay. And with the exception of agreed redactions, is this a full and complete copy of your interview?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd offer State's Exhibit number 76 into evidence.
Yes.
He does have little forehead lines. I wonder if he has Botox. Just if he was on the road patrol, I'm giving you a ticket, okay? It's okay. We won't get too excited about anything. You were going 120 in a 55-mile-an-hour zone. And that's just the way it is.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
I don't know, but not mine. I haven't touched anything. It's
Fast forward a few seconds.
I was at what it said. I missed it. They say that a lot.
about the weight. I'm new on the whole situation, so. I'm new to the situation, so I don't know what's going on. Can I start with your name? Who's Ruiz? J-O-S-E.
Deposit 48. Who are the two voices we hear speaking right now?
The primary voice you hear is mine, and the secondary voice is the.
What the hell, like a big shirt or something? I don't, it's my shirt in my heart. What's a good home address for you? 4618 Pencil School. Pencil School, 4618 Pencil. 10, like pencil, hands up, and then R-E-S, seal, talk to them. Where's that at? Right down the northeast side, right behind the little stadium off of Thousand Oaks. That's 1833, yes, sir. That go. Do you have a job right now? No, I'm not having a job. Yeah, just cut grass right now. Cut grass? Yes. Do you have a cell phone? 210. Well, I don't have my phone, so. Yeah, but you'll get it back though, right? I don't know. What was for you the last time? 1169. 1169? Oh, you had that phone? Your deal election, is that a number? Zero, like, okay, 27, like what? Your deal, driver's license? Oh, no, you don't have one? I do, but I don't know. You know your social? 635, 54, 26. Are you married or no? No. Are you dating somebody?
Don't steal his identity, folks.
Katrina. Is it Kay? Yes. What's her last name? Mendoza. How old is she? 22. How long are you together? 1 year. A year? No, 1 year. 1 year. No, not a year. Less than a year.
I know, they redact stuff and not that.
Nearest relative, if we're trying to find you in Montana, 210 689 7132. Irene Ruiz. It's a tongue twister. Irene Ruiz. That's the mother. Where does she live at? That address, San Jose. And Fresco. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna read through this and then we'll see what goes. So, warning to arrest you, suspect, before you ask any questions, it is my duty as a police officer to advise you of your rights and warn you of conflicts away from these rights. You have the right to remain silent. You don't have to make any statement, oral or written, to anyone. Any statement that you make will be used as evidence against you before a law or trial. You may have your own right. You have a right to a lawyer present to advise you before doing any questions by police officers
True.
or attorneys representing
I
the
would.
state. You may have your own lawyer present, or if you're unable to employ a lawyer, the court will find a lawyer for free.
Oh, no.
If you decide to talk with anyone, you can, and you can stop talking to them at any time you want. You have rights, consumer rights, which can be used in stages proceedings to understand these rights as other than. So what's going on today? Okay, I'm gonna start from the very beginning. We have on and off, so I told her like 3 days ago. I guess that was the last time I really seen her when she was in my apartment. When I seen the kids, good. Walking, talking, eating, everything was good, right? And I don't know, the last got fired or whatever, and she telling me, because I'm in the middle of moving from apartment to apartment, because I just went to the apartment down there. Where are you moving from? 1156 Vance Jackson. 1530 Vance Jackson. I already moved it and I'm living there currently at, I know that Fort Greentown. You know, I'm just moved in yesterday night, so I was telling officers. Is it upstairs? It's up and down. Oh, it's, okay. Oh, I see, yeah. Okay, so, and then, okay, and, I don't know, we get the sprite, so I take off to go get the U-Haul, and, what else? I don't know, but I'm out in the streets for like a good 2 hours, and I come back home, the chains on, kids are on, all that shit's on. I'm like, all right, whatever. She goes and goes to Jeanette's house, but Jeanette, she's the one that lives right next to me in the same apartment. In Park. She goes over there and, I don't know, she stays over there for 2 days, I guess. And she was telling me everything's fine. And then today comes, and even Jeanette, me and Jeanette were talking, she says, yeah, she was fine last night, Mercedes, she was fine, she was fine last night, she was eating. Only thing she was complaining about was her mouth, like it was hurt, and she couldn't chew. All right, this is already okay. And then, well, I left to go get something to eat from my little brothers, from the village. I was in line, and Katrina calls me, and she tells me, I need you to come right now. And I'm like, what's going on? And she's like, it's Mercedes. And I'm like, what? Like, you gotta explain to me what? She's like, she's having like struggling breathing or whatever. So I get out of line, I'm gonna get on foot, get out of line and take off. Go down the street from where I'm at, and I pull up to Jeanette's house, and I see Mercedes sitting on the couch like this, and like struggling to breathe sort of. And whenever she asked, she told me to come, and I said, it's okay, maybe she just needs to eat, you know, because she said she's just getting real fatigued. I said, maybe she just needs to eat, just feed her. And I guess she fed her soup, applesauce, and a down cup. And a down cup, like the little yogurt thing, cups. And I don't know, she fed her, and then she calls me, that's when she calls me, I need you to come, I need you to come. I'm like, all right, I'm coming, and I get there, and she's all like woozy, and can't pick up her arms or anything. What the fuck happened? She said that she hit her head on the toilet or something. She went to the restroom and she heard a loud thud. Mercedes went to the restroom, and that's when Katrina heard a loud thud. And Katrina went to go check on her, whatever, and after that, that's when she said she was all like woozy and stuff, like she couldn't pick up her arms. And I was thinking, and when I got there, I was thinking, I was like, maybe she needs like a CPR, some oxygen. So I started CPR on her and giving her oxygen.
Yeah, that guy on the stand. It's his
Started
interview with him.
breathing. And I'm like, okay. And then Jeanette gets home, and she stays there. She's just like,
Or Charlie
breathing,
Brennan.
like,
Sure.
just laying there, breathing, you know. And Jeanette comes home, and she's all like, I don't want Jeanette to see this, so we go to my apartment. On my apartment, it's literally like her Jeanette's right here, go right here. So we go over there, whatever, and we're thinking we got it, like it's under control, because she starts to breathe regular and. Was she talking? Yeah. She at first she was like like that, and then when we got to my apartment, I threw over my shoulders because I thought maybe she just been burped like a baby. So I threw over my shoulders, started burping her, like air coming out. I'm like, what the fuck? And I keep going. And then she comes up like that. And she's conscious, like she's talking to us. She's telling us what hurts, like if we ask her, do you want us to stop patting your leg? She says yes. So we stopped patting her leg, and she said, you want us to, her feet were getting cold and her hands were getting cold. So every time we touched her hand or something, she would like, make that noise. And so we would put a blanket over her or whatever, and just let her chill. She was fine. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, her eyes started rolling back. And and she's like, food is coming out of her mouth. You see the noodles coming out of her mouth. And she was laying on my bed. And so I put her on her side and everything's coming out of her mouth. And then her eyes are rolling back, so I turn around to give her air, like on her back. And I gave her air and I started little compressions with her and she starts choking, I guess. I'm not sure if you what. Maybe I wasn't doing the CPR right. I don't know how to do CPR, but I needed to help.
I don't see any tears.
And I don't know. I don't know what happened. She just started, the fluid started coming out of her mouth, and I gave her CPR or whatever, and she just had her eyes rolled back. And I was looking at her, and I was Mercedes, and she was getting unresponsive. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I don't throw her, and I put her on the ground, and I'm CPR and her, hitting her, like, I'm like that in the chest, and nothing. And I told her, you need to take her to the hospital. You need to go to the hospital ASAP. And she says, okay. She was freaking out. She didn't say okay just like that, but she was freaking out. I can't get my phone because she left it at the next house. She went to go grab her phone real quick. I'm putting Mercedes in the car and picked up the tune. And then we take off. And Jeanette says, follow you. Because Jeanette was supposed to take me to the hospital. She's like, can I know my kid? And I'll take him. And then once we're on the way to the hospital, she calls her dad. She's like, Dad, I don't know what to do. Dad, I don't know what to do. Katrina calls her dad. Yeah, Katrina calls her dad. She's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And her dad tells her, take her to the hospital. I don't know who's over there. But wherever we're like, I don't know. Southside. How would you guys go to Southside? I live on the north side. That's mine. I asked her. Who was driving? I was driving, but I didn't know what to do. So I was driving. You did CPR 2 different times? No, more than 2 different times. So why didn't he call the police or because she was fine. She came up for the 2 times. Like you're doing CPR on somebody. EMS needs to be called and that's. I have no experience in it, and I don't know. I thought she was fine. Honestly, I thought it doesn't help. So when you first tried CPR, you read.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I don't see any tears.
Yeah, and then that's when she came. She was good. So how long between the first time and then the last time you tried CPR before you guys left for the hospital? Like 25 minutes. 25 minutes. And she was good. She like her eyes were rolling back, and then they came to normal. And she was looking around, talking, and everything. So let's back up your timeline so I can understand. You started fighting. You and Katrina had a fight. You said like 3 days ago. 3 days. 3 days on Monday. Yeah. So Friday. Yeah, about Friday. So Friday night. Friday. So so you decided you were going to leave the house. Yeah. Right? Yeah. No. No. So Friday. So what do you do Friday? Friday there's a big argument or whatever, and then she's fine. Go to sleep, and then the next day, that's when Saturday. That's when I will get my UPS trip, my U-Haul, whatever the fuck it is. I'm moving. I come back home. She's gone. So you didn't see her. I didn't see her for 2 days. That's all I know. I didn't see her for 2 days, okay. and then I get a call from her. I need you to come. When did you go back? I need you to come. When did you go back? Today. Today is Monday. Yeah. So you didn't see her at all on Sunday? No. You didn't see her. Did you see her at all Saturday? No. Saturday. No. What was the fight about on Saturday that caused this? You guys. So I was just no. We were moving. Oh, together. We were moving. Like, I was moving out because my lease was up. And I was moving out of my apartment. From Manchester? Yes. And she just didn't, I don't know. I don't know what the deal was. We always get into little fights, but we always make up.
You didn't know what it was about.
She said she was tired of staying in the house. And I was like, all right, well, she told me, I'm gonna go get breakfast with Jeanette. All right, that's cool, go. Just don't, because she didn't have a key to my apartment. So I told her,
Jackson.
yeah, that's Jackson. I told her, wait till I get back. And then you can leave. I don't care if you leave, go ahead. Go ahead. And then when I get back, I have a lock on my window so where you can't pick it up. The lock's on, the top lock on my door is locked.
On that Jackson.
Yeah, I'm Jackson. And I'm knocking over, and she answers the door thinking she's gonna answer and nothing. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then I go look at my window and I realize the lock's off. And I open it and nobody's in the house. Open the door, everything's gone. All her shit, all the kids' shit, everything's gone. I'm like, all right, she left. Okay, fine. Everything was fine, literally. Everybody was fine. The two little girls, her, literally. We just separated ways.
Okay. So that's Saturday and Sunday. Then what happened today to bring you guys back together?
She called me and said, come, I need you.
And you hadn't seen her, you hadn't heard from her since Saturday morning.
Yeah. Whichever one of those things.
So you guys have a fight Friday to Saturday at some point, and then she moves her son out, and she's gone.
Yeah.
And then Sunday.
I don't see her, I don't see the kids, nothing. And then that day comes.
Monday.
Yeah.
So Monday, and then what drive-through were you at?
The windows on, what's it called? Parent Bible.
Oh, yeah, I know that one.
Right there by the HEB.
They don't listen to parent by us. So you hadn't heard from her, and all of a sudden she just called you?
Yeah, she called me, I need you, I
What
need
time is she
you.
calling you?
2, maybe before 3.
So 2 to 3 p.m. She calls you. So it's still daylight.
Yeah, it's still there.
Maybe,
Maybe, oh, you know what? I don't know, I'm not gonna check myself.
So did you move out of Vance Jackson on your own, and you moved into?
I moved on my little mountain and I moved into down alone.
Okay. So she calls you, you rush over to Jeanette's next to your new house.
Yes.
Or new house.
Yes.
So you go straight to Jeanette's.
Yes.
How long have you known Jeanette?
I don't know Jeanette like that. I just went because of Katrina was there. I know Jeanette because of my friend, Sweat. That's his girlfriend. You know, so that's how we met, and that's how they haven't been friends that long. Maybe no more than 2 weeks since Katrina's birthday. That's when they met.
Is Katrina using drugs? So you get the call, 2 to 3, you go straight to, how did you know where Jeanette lives?
Just because I've been over there with Sweat, and he would always take me over. And the reason why I had that apartment was because of Sweat and Jeanette.
Okay.
It was Sweat.
And is that Jeanette's boyfriend?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how you
What is Jeanette's name? Is it?
Jeanette, I wouldn't know her. Janne. Oh, Janette.
You know her last name though?
No, I wouldn't.
Is she black or Hispanic?
Oh, that's funny. They sold to her. She got a while ago.
So they was older, she?
Oh, I wouldn't know. Maybe 25.
25-ish. And she's got a boyfriend?
What's Sweat?
Can you spell that?
Josue.
And
He's 25. No, I don't know his last name.
so they're together. So when you get to Jeanette's house, did you see what was going on?
She was laying down on the side like that.
Who was like that?
Mercedes. She was laying on the couch. She was laying on the couch. And she was like, help her. Alright,
Anything look wrong with her?
she was just having trouble breathing. Like, cause she told me she was feeding him all that food. And I was like, I put 2 and 2 together and I was like, maybe, cause they're all like liquid foods.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, maybe it went down the wrong pipe. And that's what's making her have trouble fighting. Cause I know water that goes in your lungs, I know that's a situation.
Yeah.
You know, so I thought about it like like that, and I'm like, okay. So I go do the confessions or whatever, and then Jeanette shows up, we take her to the crib, take her to my house, and she's good, she's talking to us, telling me where it hurts, where it doesn't hurt.
So you moved Mercedes from
Yeah.
Jeanette's
Yeah, not even a couple feet away.
to your house?
Yeah. But then she was fine. We made her be right. That's why I didn't call nobody, because I thought she was going to be fine.
And that's probably, what time do you think that is? Give or take? If she says that you guys should call between 2 and 3,
Yeah,
I'll give it, we'll say 3.
like, it took me like maybe 15 minutes to get there.
Now, did you do that right away?
No, I didn't do it right away. I went there. She was laying down. I missed her a little bit, like feeling on her, and felt her pulse where she was. And she was just struggling breathing, so that's when I hit the confession.
Has Mercedes ever done this before?
Yes, actually she has.
Yeah.
She had a situation where she held her breath, like that. And that's what I thought she was doing, so I was gonna go give her air, and nothing. She was good though, she was good. That was good, when I had the compressions, and then she was good. She was laying on my bed, when we got to her, my house, she was laying on my bed. And she was all good, and then her eyes just started rolling back. And that's when I hit the compressions, and I gave her air, and when I gave her air, it shot up, like the food shot up out of her mouth. And like, as quick as I could, put her head to the side. Cause I know you saw what you do it, and we kept doing that little process for a little bit, and then she was good. And then she finally laid there. She didn't want her to go to sleep. So she just laid there, and then that's when she just started, her eyes started rolling back for the last time, and then the shit was coming out of her mouth.
Do you have any kids of your own? Never, Mercedes has no kids.
Those are both her daughters. And that's why
What's her daughter's name?
Mercedes and Jordan.
How old is Mercedes, give or take?
5, I believe.
And
The other one
I
is
agree.
6, Jordan.
Jordan's 6?
Yes.
And do you think they're kind of pretty similar to each other, like as far as mentality and
No, not mentality. No. Both of them are very different.
Yeah.
Yeah. One was like more advanced than the other.
Is Jordan more advanced?
Yeah.
She's older, it makes more sense. So, throughout your relationship with Jeanette, what kind of mom would you describe? I'm sorry, Katrina. How would you
She was a good mom. She was a good mom. Nobody's perfect.
Sure. No,
But I never saw nothing that was to the extreme. Punishment. Yeah.
what's a normal punishment from her?
Like a normal punishment, she'll go to the corner. That's why they get an ass whooping on her ass. She'll eat sandwiches.
Yeah.
That's
I'm sorry. Was she ever enlist your assistance in discipline?
No.
I mean, it's a lot like penal code. You're allowed to give whoever you want to have authority to discipline. And you would never help her in all discipline?
I would help her because she would run like away from her beatings or her whoopings, like on her hands. So yeah, I would help her and hold her arms and her legs down.
How often do you think she needs discipline? Either one of them, I guess.
Not too often, but
Let's say once a week.
one was better than the other.
Which one was
Mercedes was better than the other.
better?
Better. The other one was Jordan was good.
How would Jordan be good?
She would just do what needed to be told. Yeah. She wouldn't rebel, I guess.
Yeah. I tell you, I got a 6 and a 7-year-old. My second-born child just runs the house. Like
That's usually the way it is though. The
Yeah.
first one's good, second one's always good.
Yeah, the youngest one, she is a hellion and a half. Like, God help me. God help the world when she gets to be 18. Like, she is just gonna run
Run stuff.
Yeah. So I know what you mean by the younger one can be a handful. So what would Mercedes do?
She would just be loud and told her to stop crying. Like she would cry over anything. She ate a sandwich. She got in the corner and she wouldn't cry like just a little. She, not even cry, just make a little noise.
Yeah.
You know what kids do.
Mm-hmm.
And she would just that, and then she would pee herself. Like standing there, just peeing herself.
Yeah.
And she just wouldn't listen. She would wake up, do whatever she wanted to do. Jordan would wake up, fix her bed.
Yeah. Jordan sounds like a good kid. Mercedes just doesn't quite get it though. Yeah. Mm. So 3-ish, you get to Jeanette's house. Katrina says, is
I
Jeanette
don't
there
know if
too?
they've said times.
She's not there when I'm put up, but she gets there.
Where's Jeanette?
She's at work, I believe. She was at work.
Okay, so it's just Katrina
Yes.
and the 2 girls?
Yes.
Was there anybody else in the house?
No.
No? So you get there, Katrina, Jordan, Mercedes. What's Jordan doing?
She's just standing there watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's just, are you okay, sister? Are you okay?
So you have Mercedes and Jordan and Katrina, you pull up. Mercedes is on the couch. Looks like she's having problems breathing. You give her a little bit of compressions.
Yeah.
You think she starts acting normal?
Yeah, she started like, when I seen her, this is how I knew something was wrong. Her eyes were rolling back. When I gave her the chest compression, her eyes became normal, started looking around, she was speaking. And that's how I knew we're good. You know? I didn't want to go to the hospital, but it didn't need to.
Yeah.
But now, sure, to the hospital.
Yeah.
Really should. And I was not.
What's Jordan gonna say?
I don't even know.
You don't know?
We didn't even tell her.
Just gonna rip her apart. My kids are like this.
I know.
Like this.
We just didn't want her. We took her out the room. And we didn't want to see her giving compression, giving her air. So she sat in the living.
At Jeanette's house?
No, at my house.
Sure.
Yeah. Jeanette's house, she was sitting in the living room watching. And that's when she was fine. She came. She was fine. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But she was fine. I don't know how that shit works. And I definitely know.
It kind of feels that way. I just not buying it.
I think there's more to this.
That's exactly what happened.
That's it.
That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened.
What's Katrina gonna say about today?
Same thing, that's what, honestly. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
What's Jordan gonna say?
Same thing.
At the end of the day, Mercedes is dead.
I know.
And my job ultimately is to figure out what happened to Mercedes. And see.
I know a lot of people lie to you or whatever, but that's exactly what happened. There's no need, the officer, no need to lie, no need to lie.
Here's the thing, Jose. If I find one piece of evidence that says you and Katrina were together over the last 2 days.
That's fine, go for it. You're not, I promise you're not.
I'm not.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I'm not lying. You kind of are, and I understand, but I'm not. I just feel like there's a little bit more. Let's get it out there. There's nothing going. There's 2 days. These 3 days I didn't see her. She calls me. Hey, I need your help. I need your help.
Did you guys talk at all over those 2 days?
Yeah, we had a little conversation, but that was about it. Talking about I need money to go get a loan, yada yada. That's it.
Is that in text messages?
No, on the phone and maybe text messages too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she was just telling me I need the fucking money to get a loan. She don't want to stay with me.
She wanted your money. She wants to stay with you, but she wanted your money. I was doing that shit. All of them just wanted that money.
And that's what I thought too. Mhm. But that's exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you think Katrina's capable of overdoing, I'm not saying her, overdoing the discipline or
What do you mean by that?
overdoing it?
Like
Maybe.
doing it?
Maybe.
I've personally never seen her overdo it, but
Like, does she ever?
she didn't stay with me like that. She stayed with her father and her godparents. She stayed with her godparents.
Yeah.
And then she would just come over from time to time.
Yeah.
And that's why this is like,
Would Katrina ever put her hands on Mercedes' throat
never seen her.
or force things in her mouth?
I've never
Like
seen
the
that.
food, like she's trying to bring
See,
out.
I asked her too, I said, did you fucking force it? Like, I got mad at her. When I see her, I said, how the fuck did you feed her? Did you force it down her throat? What? No, I just fed it. Are you sure, dude? Because I know that if something gets in your fucking lungs, it's bad. You know? And you have to go to the hospital for that. I know. And she's like, no, I didn't do that. I. So I just did what I thought was right, thought what was helping. And look where the fuck I'm now.
The interview end after that?
What's that, ma'am?
Did the interview end after that?
Yes, ma'am.
What was was this the night that Mercedes died?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was his demeanor when he first began the interview?
During the initial part of the interview, he was pretty calm, and then he had more emotions towards the end.
Who were you talking about when he became emotional?
We were talking about Mercedes.
Were you talking specifically about telling Jordan about Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his attitude towards Jordan versus his attitude towards
Your Honor, I
Mercedes?
would object that the jury has had the opportunity to see the video, and there's no need for him to rehash it in a direct examination by the state.
Right, that'll be overruled.
You can go ahead and answer that.
He described Mercedes as being the battered child during the interview, and Jordan being the better child.
At any point, did he have anything negative to say about Katrina as a mother?
Your Honor, again, I would object. It's irrelevant, it's cumulative and duplicative of what's already been shown to the jury.
All right, if your objection to cumulative, that will be sustained.
What was his body language during the interview?
Your Honor, again, the jury's had the benefit of the
They
video,
have not
seen him on the video. Well, that's.
All right, are you withdrawing your objection?
I will withdraw that.
You may answer.
I was thinking that too.
If you can recall.
I recall, but it's tough to describe. He was pretty open facing me throughout the interview, going back and forth with the questioning. So he was engaged in it to a degree, but it just seems like there was pieces missing throughout the interview.
During your time as a detective, detective and now a sergeant in homicide. How many people would you say that you've interviewed on cases like this or involving the death of a child?
With
Your
children,
Honor, I would object to relevance.
All right, that'll be overruled. You can answer.
with children, with just children, I'd say probably less than 30 interviews.
And including adults.
If you expand into adults, probably closer to 200 interviews.
And in your training and experience, did you feel that you were getting the full story here?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, objective opinion.
Sustained.
May the jury be instructed to disregard the response, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you just to disregard the last answer.
I'm gonna go ahead and pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense.
How many people did you speak to before going into that room for this questioning?
I was contacted by Detective Size and Sergeant Diaz in regards to the investigation, and they advised I would be speaking with the defendant.
Okay. And in doing that, he gave you details of what he was, where he was going on this case, correct?
He advised of what the circumstances were and asked me to conduct an interview.
Okay. And how many people at the station did you, so you spoke to them by phone or in person?
By phone, ma'am.
Okay. So where were they when you were speaking to them?
I'm not sure where they were at. We were coming from different parts of the city. Anytime there's a call out in the middle of the night, we're coming from our respective locations or houses. And this was approximately, according to my report, 11:30 at night. So I was coming from home. So it would have been on the phone.
Okay. So when you spoke to Size, though, he was actively engaged in the investigation already.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say, and you would agree with me, that Size had some idea of the direction of this case already?
I'm gonna object to speculation and lack of personal knowledge.
All right, that'll be overruled if you now.
I'm not sure where he was going at it at the time.
You gave you information about the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am. He said we had a deceased child and we needed to find out what led up, the circumstances leading up to the child's passing.
Okay. Without speaking to what he said, just I'm asking you, how many other people, when was Katrina brought to the station?
I'm not sure when Katrina was brought in.
Okay. Did you participate in the questioning of Katrina?
I did not.
And were you at the hospital at all on this case?
No, ma'am, not to my recollection.
Did you respond to any crime scene on this case?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So the entirety of your involvement is at this interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I pass the witness at this time.
State,
No further questions, Your
is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Honor. Excused from the state.
Excused, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been revoked. What that means is you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. You're not allowed to watch anything regarding this case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please leave any exhibits with the court reporter.
Like we're watching in a wind tunnel.
And do y'all have the audio?
I would
No,
have
the
believed
audio
it.
and photos.
We not have heard Jordan, the sister, describe what he did personally himself to Mercedes.
State, call your next witness.
Already knowing that information.
State calls Detective Lawrence Size, and just for housekeeping, this is gonna be a lot.
Hey, Hamilton,
Oh, we're gonna proceed.
your work is done.
All right, do any of the jurors, do you all need a break? You all need a break?
restroom, Your Honor. Sorry.
All right, we're gonna take a short break and we'll be back at 11:45.
Gabby, I know you're gonna say it. The grandma needs a break over there. She's gotta go to the bathroom. I think he's probably was crying a little bit. It is probably hard for him to hear. And he should cry, but he's probably crying for himself. Kind of like when we watched Martise Fuller. He never cried until he was found guilty. Then he really, really cried. And that was the only time we saw any emotion out of him. Now, he had a mask on the whole time, so it was really hard to read exactly what he was kind of thinking because we could only see his eyes. But boy, he cried. He cried a lot.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
State calls Detective Lawrence.
Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand and state your name for the record. Be sure to keep your voice up so that members of the jury and the court reporter can hear.
My name is Lawrence, Lawrence, Size, Saiz.
Can you tell me where are you currently employed?
I'm employed by the city of San Antonio with the police department.
San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been a San Antonio police officer?
29 years.
Are you a licensed peace officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe your career throughout the 29 years of SAPD?
I started with the police department, of course, going through training with the police academy, served on patrol for several years before I promoted to detective in 2008. I've been a detective for the past 16 years. Was assigned to property crimes, robbery, before I was assigned to the homicide unit in 2013. I've been there just over 10 years.
In your 10 years on the homicide unit, how many child death cases have you handled approximately?
I would say in the range of 30.
And does that number go up when you add adult homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
How, as a homicide detective, how do you get assigned a case?
We work on a rotation. So we have a team of X number of detectives, and we rotate. When we climb the ladder on the rotation board, then we're up at the top. That's when it's our turn to catch a case. We're on call 24 hours until we do catch that case. When we're on call and a case comes in, we're notified by a supervisor of where it's at, basic details about it, and we respond to that scene.
Okay. And so that's no matter what time of day it is, you have to go out the second you get a new homicide case.
Yes.
And did you get assigned a case on February 7th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got assigned that case, what did you do first?
The first thing I did was called one of the detectives that was at the scene, one of the night detectives, Detective Nelson, Chad Nelson. He explained to me.
Without saying what he told you, what did you do next?
I just made sure that I had some good information about what was going on and then responded directly to the scene.
Okay. And what did you expect to be responding to?
A bad case, a bad situation.
Okay, specifically?
A deceased child.
Okay. At this point, do you know how old that child is?
5 years old.
Okay. And where did you go?
It was a hospital on the south side. I can't remember the name of it at the time, and I believe it's been shut down since.
Did you do a report in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you do a report in every case?
Yes.
Would seeing a copy of your report help refresh your memory over the course of your testimony?
Yes.
No objection.
I'm not admitting it, just showing for purposes of recollection. May I approach that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Showing you what I've marked it States Exhibit 78. Is this a copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it is fairly long. So is it,
Yes.
if you'll take a minute and refresh your memory, and then I think my question was, where specifically did you go?
Okay, let's look at the beginning here. This may take me a little time, sorry.
That's okay. We can move on. Do you know the general location of where the hospital was?
I was on the south side, just south of Military Drive.
Okay, and when you got there, what did you do first?
First thing I did was contact Detective Nelson and the handling officers,
Okay,
just to get all the information, people's names, that kind of stuff.
okay. And what did you do next?
After that, I was directed and escorted to a room where Mercedes was.
Okay. Who all was with you when you walked into the room where Mercedes was?
It was myself, Detective Nelson, and some of the nursing staff.
Tell me, describe this. Describe walking into this room. What do you see first?
What I see is Mercedes laying on her back on the exam table.
Is she covered?
No.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Let me get this out of order. I'm going to show you some photos that were previously admitted into evidence. It states Exhibit 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 27, 28, 29, 33, 34, 35 through 30. Actually, I'm sorry, 35, 37, and 38. Just take a look at those. And is this the condition you saw Mercedes in?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to put them on the screen and go over these with you.
I thought they were going up to the TV screen for a second there. I was like, you can't show those. Please don't show those.
Starting with, this is State's Exhibit 8. No, it's not better that way. Can you describe what you're seeing here?
This is Mercedes, a headshot of Mercedes.
Okay. And does she have injuries on her face?
Yes.
Can you describe what kind of injuries you see or what kind of markings you see in State's Exhibit 9?
Scrapes and bruises and the hair loss.
State's Exhibit 10. You see both, maybe? Guess not. 10 and 12.
Those are photographs of her head that show that she's missing large amounts of hair.
Okay. And specifically in State's Exhibit 12, is there an additional injury besides hair loss?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 13.
Another photograph that's showing her head and face and her upper body.
14. What do you see here?
More bruising and injuries.
State's Exhibit
So we're-
17.
Where she's turned on her sides, you can see the backside and that there are just more injuries on the back. They're like the front.
So he cries when he hears himself on the
Exhibit 19.
audio, but not when he sees these pictures. Doesn't make sense.
Another photograph of her backside.
In your opinion, of the 30 plus child deaths that you've worked, did she have an extensive amount of injuries in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, this is State's Exhibit 20. What are we looking at here?
More bruising and scrapes.
What part of her body is that?
This would be her right side, arm and back.
State's Exhibit 21.
I believe it's a photograph of her legs.
There we go. Okay. Her legs, and I think we see another part of her body. What else do we see in this photo?
Her right hand.
State's Exhibit 23.
Another photograph of her backside, exposing her buttocks area.
And 24.
Another photograph of her right side that shows the bruising on her upper thigh, buttocks area.
In State's Exhibit 27, is there anything unique about the bruises on her legs here?
This caught my attention where it looked like a pattern mark.
Why does that catch your attention?
To me, that that indicates that something was used on her, a belt or some type of item that would leave a mark,
Okay.
a distinct mark.
State's Exhibit 28.
It's a photograph of the backsides of her legs with the bruising and injuries.
State's 29.
Her left forearm and hand, wrist area with more
And then-
bruising.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was it not focused?
It was.
Okay. State's 34.
Photograph of her right hand with the extensive bruising and swelling.
State's 33.
It's a photograph of her left foot with the injuries to her toes.
Okay. And what about the bottom of her foot? Did anything catch your attention there?
It did. It appeared like there were small puncture wounds in the bottom of her feet.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 37.
It's a photograph of her right foot with the toes, where you see the scrapes and cuts and bruising.
Okay. And last 38.
A photograph of her left foot with the similar injuries and with some missing toenails.
After seeing the condition of Mercedes' body, did your case take a different direction?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, at that point, there was no mystery what happened to her, and that the people involved with what happened to her were there.
At this point, did you have people that you wanted to talk to and concerns for causing those injuries?
I did.
Who were those people?
Katrina Mendoza, Mercedes' mother, and Jose Ruiz, Katrina's boyfriend.
Who else did you talk to while at the hospital?
While at the hospital, it was officers and staff. We did request Child Protective Services, and they sent 2 special investigators to the scene or to the hospital.
Why did you request Child Protective Services?
Any child case, we're required to notify them, and because of the severity of this and it being a child death, we needed them to come out. I also had knowledge that Mercedes' older sister, Jordan, was there, and we had to make sure she was protected.
And I know you've already testified that Mercedes was 5 years old. Do you know how old Jordan was?
She was 6 at the time.
So what did you do after leaving the hospital?
Well, I did a few more things at the hospital. If you want
I apologize. What did you do next?
one of the things I did is I wanted to make sure that Jordan was okay. So I did ask the medical staff to check her, examine her, make sure she wasn't injured.
Okay. Was she okay?
She was okay. And I also notified the medical examiner's office to make sure they were aware of Mercedes' death, and just to coordinate and let them know that I wanted to be advised of the autopsy when it was going to happen so I could be there.
Okay. And then is that all you did at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after leaving the hospital?
After leaving the hospital, I had instructed or asked officers to transport Katrina and Jose to our office, the homicide office, so I could interview them, question them.
Okay. Is that where you witnessed?
Yes.
Did you have at this point in your investigation any indication of where the possible crime scene would have been?
I did not. I knew she was transported to the hospital in a vehicle, so that was one crime scene. And then I was told that Detective Lander from the night detectives got a search warrant for an apartment at 13013 Park Crossing.
Do you know whose apartment that was?
I was told that was Jose's apartment.
When you got back to headquarters, what did you do first?
The first thing I did was I spoke to Katrina.
Okay. Without telling me what Katrina says, what was her demeanor during this interview?
She was cooperative. She was talking to me, giving me a lot of information. But the feeling I got was that she was in the, I need to take care of myself here because I'm caught. This is, a bad situation. And how do you explain what we saw with Mercedes?
Okay, and then after talking to Katrina, what did you do next?
I talked to Jose.
Okay. Is that, what was Jose's demeanor during the interview?
He was, of course, something we always see is they try to divert to other people, minimize their involvement in whatever situation.
Sorry, sir, I can't understand. Can you just speak a little slowly?
Yes, ma'am.
No,
His demeanor was something we
What's your
typically
favorite thing?
see where they try to divert their, to someone else or try to make us look at someone else more closely. In this case, he was trying to push everything toward Katrina. And quite frankly, it came off as very arrogant.
When you interview anyone at headquarters, are those videos recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they, how is that done?
We have in our interview rooms, each one is set up with a video and audio recording system.
Okay, and do you have to start those?
We do.
And did you do so while interviewing Jose?
Yes.
And was the video equipment working correctly that day?
Yes.
May I approach Judge? I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 77. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
It's marked with my initials, badge number, and a date that I've reviewed it.
Okay. Did you review it prior to coming here
Yes.
to court? Okay. Is this a true and accurate audio of the interview you did with Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, was this done on February 7th of 2022?
It was.
No objection, Your Honor. Which exhibit number?
77, Judge.
All right, are you offering 77?
I am.
No objection, Your Honor, spoke early.
All right, 77 is admitted without objection.
May I publish to the jury?
Yes.
I think if he cries here again, it'll be telling because it's him again. But he didn't cry at all when he just looked at that picture, those pictures of her all battered and bruised.
a little before he comes in the room.
The size.
Starting the video at 1:09.
Okay, I'll say, this is the first time we've met. I'm Detective Sides. Okay? Yeah, it's a little chilly. Whatever. It's a little cool in here. So, so I was notified about Mercedes. So I'm the lead investigator, kind of figure out what happened. Okay? I know you already talked to Detective Lloyd a little bit. I asked him to come in and talk to you. Just to kind of get an idea of where we're at. All right, I appreciate you talking to him. You can still talking to me? Yeah. Okay. So I want to get a little more depth with you, okay? First I want to get to know you. Okay, like I said, it's the first time we met, right? You lived in San Antonio your whole life? Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay, so you're born and raised in San Antonio? Got a lot of family here? It's not too many. Very close with them? My brother's here. Your brother? Yeah, my brother's here. What's your brother's name? Okay. Yeah, he does want to live with me. Okay. Y'all pretty tight, pretty close? Yeah. Okay. What about mom and dad? My dad's in prison. My mom, what's dad in prison? I wouldn't know his charge, but I know what he's in there. It's for raping a little girl. Raping a little girl? With his friends. How old was the little girl? I don't know. She was like 15. Oh, really? Yeah. When did that happen? How old are you now? I'm 25. 45. I ain't seen him since. So you never visited him or anything? Okay, mom told you what he was in jail for? Okay. What was mom like? Mom? Yeah, y'all are on and off, you said? Yeah, this is when we have a little moments like this. When you were younger, was she pretty rough? No, but I had a stepdad that was. Stepdad was? What was he like? He was like, I guess he was disabled. He would pop meds and beat our ass. Oh, really? So you were abused when you were younger? How bad? Did you ever have to go to the hospital for that? What would he do to you? He just hit us, whoop us, get on my knees, hold heaps. Get you on your knees and make you hold weights? Like as a punishment? I mean, I hate to drum up bad stuff with you, but it's just to kind of get to know you and what you've been through. How often would you have to go through that? Every day thing. Every day thing? My mom would be at work. Were you a good kid? I wasn't the greatest, but yeah. Did you feel like you deserved that? Obviously not, right? Yeah, I was saying no. I guess so. But we're bad, but we didn't deserve that. Right. No kid does, right? How old were you when this was going on? Oh, really? So he was around the whole time?
Thank you, Gabby. You know, I
People
forget.
go through that stuff, man. I have abusive situations too. Not a lot on me, but a lot of my siblings. Siblings had it too, but also. Sometimes, it's weird, but sometimes when there's that kind of abuse going on, typically the abuser targets one, they think it's the bad ones, and they do that. Not the good ones. I think I was the good one. I didn't really get it like my siblings. which they didn't deserve it either. They were bad, but they got, targeted, Wow, sorry to hear that. Everybody got a touch, Yeah, yeah. So, how long have you been with Katrina? No more than a year? Okay. Met her at a strip club. Just hanging out there, or was she working? She's young too, yeah. Okay. Yeah. How old is 22, 23? Yeah. So you met her, y'all started dating? Okay. Tell me about your relationship with her. It was good, nothing too bad, but I just didn't want to do it anymore. She lies, she cheats, takes other dudes. I text other girls too, but I just text one. Well, it's kind of the risk you take when you date a stripper, right? Yeah. I don't know. Okay, so, but y'all still dating, so it's kind of endured a little bit of that. Yeah, just a little bit. Well, the past time, I've been trying to break up with her just because I don't want to do it no more. Like, I didn't want to be in a relationship with her. Tired of lying, tired of my money was missing sometimes, and I didn't know who to blame. I didn't know if my sister took it, she took it, my brother took it, I don't know. But I was tired of having not be able to trust her, And then when everything happened, I told the other day, like 3 days ago, I just moved into my apartment. I just moved in last night. But then, what's the last name? Yeah, it was last night. And, what is it called? She went with Jeanette. We're gonna get to that. Yeah. Okay, let's not jump too far. Yeah. I want to still kind of understand your relationship with her. Okay. So y'all been dating about a year. At what point did y'all live together? Well, we weren't living together. She was just calm because she lives with her godparents. Okay. And I would just want people to stay with me for a couple of days and then go back. That's something I didn't like either. She's young. She didn't want to stay there with me. So I was like, nah, go do whatever you want to do. You want to leave, you go do what you're doing and come back. I'm good on it. Okay. Okay, so she kind of come and go, a couple days at a time or whatever. Where were you living at that time? I was living at Mass Jackson. How long did you live there? 6 months. Okay, for a full lease? Yeah. Okay. What was that address? 11530. 11530. Okay, so what apartment? 812. 812. Okay. All right, so y'all are there, or you're living there, I'm sorry. She comes there occasionally. She bring her daughters. She would bring Jordan, because Mercedes, she couldn't handle her. And she would just leave her at what's her name's house, with her godparents. And then she finally started bringing her. That when she started coming out? And half of the 6 months at least. Okay. So like 3 months ago, I guess. Okay, we're in February now, so around back in October, November. I wouldn't know when it's like that, to be honest. Okay. Okay, so about midway through your lease, she starts bringing in Mercedes and Jordan, right? Yeah. Okay. At first, she was just enjoying and then she was Mercedes. Okay. How often would you see the girls? Pretty often? No, not that often. If anything, maybe like 2 times a week. That's how much they were selling me, if she bought them. Okay. At any point, did she ask you to take care of the girls so she could take care of something, or? Sorry. She would let me ride around on Mercedes and everything else. Like just go with me. Yeah. She let Mercedes go with you? Yeah, she let Jordan go with me. Jordan, yeah, both of them. Just to get him out? And yeah, just to ride him. Just to ride him? Yeah, just to get out of the house. Or if she needed a time alone, go ahead, go. Okay. So you had no problem doing that? Yeah. They're good girls. You can be why she not pregnant. Jordan was good. Jordan was good. But Mercedes just, I don't know, she just didn't listen to Katrina. She didn't think Katrina was her mom because of the way Katrina raised her. She raised her and left her there when she was stripping and everything. She left her there with her godparents, and her godparents has a daughter, and the daughter is like, to put all this shit in Mercedes' ear, they don't love you, we love you, you're gonna come with us, all this nonsense, and that will feed into Mercedes' head, and she would just rebel, I guess, because she thought that really wasn't her mom. And she would just rebel. What would she do? She would, I was like, I told the other day, she would piss herself, like, we'll have a long conversation, she would start pissing herself. She'll start crying, like not crying, but whining. If we give her a sandwich, like if she don't punish her, we'll give her something to eat, it's a sandwich. And she'll start crying, lettuce, cheese, to like, I don't like lettuce, I don't like cheese, I don't like ham. Okay, so that's what you're gonna eat, if you want it, you want it. And then, yeah, and then she would just be loud. We tell her go take a shower and start crying. We tell her go sit down and sit there. She couldn't sit down and sit there. She would move. She would just move around, go to the kitchen, get some drink, do whatever she wanted. No, she wouldn't be bad, but she was bad. So she just had no discipline. No discipline. Yes, there you go. No discipline. None. And when she did get disciplined, oh, it was bloody murder. It was bloody murder. She hated it. What kind of discipline would she get? She would get on her knees. She would get on her knees, not rage or anything, but she would get on her knees in the corner and stay there. And then she would just get ass whoopings on her ass. And then, with what? With her hand. To the hand? And sometimes the belt, and then I would notice the belt wraps around her. So when I asked, so she you would see this happen? Yeah, she would be looking at her. And I would stop. You would stop her, what would you say? I just chill out. Just chill. Okay. Tell me all about that discipline, what you saw happen with Mercedes. Oh, that's all I would see, like that's what I told you, I really wanted to see her discipline. Like, just the time out, the sandwiches, and the ass whoopings on the ass. And that's it. And the time out. Okay. So, you moved to your apartment yesterday? I believe yesterday night, I was in the middle of moving all day. Okay, so when you guys get to the hospital with Mercedes, you moved into the apartment the night before? When you got to the hospital with Mercedes? Yeah, when you got to the hospital with Mercedes. So, this night, right? Yeah. During the night before? Yes. Why we're here.
Hello.
Yes, that's what, the
Thank
night
you.
before that is when you moved into your apartment. Yes. So where's that
You're
at?
welcome.
Apartment in townhouse. Okay. You don't know the address? Oh, no, that's all, right, no, I'm living on my apartment number. Okay. Yeah. You live there with your brothers? No. Did you live with you in Van Jackson? No. No? Just in this one? Yeah. Okay. So before you living with my mom? They were living with your mom? Yeah. Okay. My little brothers, and then they wanted to get on my mom, so I was like, how old are your brothers? Oh, one's like 23, 24, and one's like 19. Okay, so they're not okay. So before you moved into this new apartment, when was the last time you saw 3 days between the girls? 3 days before that? Yeah, what I was telling him. 3 days before you moved into the apartment? No. 3 days before everything happened. Okay. This is what happened. What's today? Not counting today. Today. Last night. What's last night? Monday. Yeah. Monday. Friday. We got in a little argument overnight, right? So it was Saturday, I tell her, she tells me, hey, I wanna leave, I wanna get out the house, I'm gonna go eat with Jeanette. I'm like, okay, but please, she doesn't have a key to my apartment. She don't need that. So please, don't leave, because nobody's there, all my shit's inside, you have no way to lock the door. And we just start arguing, I'm leaving. You'll see, you'll find a way to lock your door and all this shit. I'm like, all right, I take off, I go get my U-Haul, and I go get something to eat, and then I come back. When I come back, I'm knocking on the door, nobody's answering. I go look at my window, and there's a lock on it, to, like on the side for it to stop coming up. That was gone. And I put two and two together, she went out the window, locked my door. I was like, fuck, all right. So I go inside, and lock my door, whatever, everything was on. Not everything, but all her shit. All her shit. Her stuff? Yeah, her stuff. Jordan, Mercedes, everything. Whatever she brought, gone. I'm like, all right, she left. Okay, cool, fine, good. Then I'm moving all day with my brothers, my little brothers. And then we finally move in. Everything's good. I'm not talking to her. I'm texting her, but that's it. And it's nothing. Just arguing. Like, bro, I'm tired of it. That's one of the reasons why I don't want to do it. She loves arguing. And then I don't know. That's what I was saying.
You got the point where you moved into your new apartment.
Oh yeah, I moved in and I moved into the apartment. Everything was good. If I talked to her, didn't see her. She didn't say nothing about Mercedes. We didn't see nothing. The next day comes morning time. What's that? What day is that? Friday, so Sunday. Sunday, good. We're good. I'm chilling. All day. Just home, smoking, you know. And then yesterday was Monday, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Monday comes. She calls me, hey, I need you to come over here. And don't mind me, she's right here and I'm right here. Right? So
And Jeanette?
yeah, Jeanette. She went to go stay with Jeanette.
Okay.
And I'm like, what's happening? Mercedes lose teeth. She's not using her body. And it's probably just fatigue. She needs to eat. I went to go get her some things, supplement shakes or whatever. I was gonna get those. I said she can drink these and she'll be fine. So I went over there to Jeanette's. I pull up. She said, I need you to come and mind you, I'm over here and the man was trying to get some food from my little food. She said, I need you to come now. All right, so I get out of the building line and I take off. And I go, I pull up to Jeanette's house, she's outside waiting for me. So I go inside and then she's like, hurry, and I'll go. And it's Mercedes laying on the couch. She's like having trouble breathing. But mind you, like I told you earlier, she's done this before, like where she's held her breath and like that. And we had to make her breathe, like chest. But she was doing that on purpose. So I was like, all right, just do what we did last time, compression, a little like compression, because her eyes were really bad. And I gave her compression.
How many times are you having to do CPR on this child?
This is the first time it's worked. So
And you're not taking her to the emergency room.
she's good. Like her eyes were like they're back here. Like look here, they go come down like ours, and she's looking around and she's talking like normal. Like she's like she was going like that at first, and then after I gave her a little CPR, burping her back.
At the very least, just call 911. I don't understand this.
What happened? She said, I don't know, I was feeding her, and then she had to use the restroom, and I just heard a thud. And I'm like, what the fuck, what do you mean? And she's like, I guess she's hitting her head, and then I tried to stand her up, and then she hit her head again. I'm like, bro, that's like common sense. I said, common fucking sense. And I told her, you need to take her to the hospital. You need to take her to the hospital. Oh, she's gonna be okay. She's gonna be okay. And honestly, she was okay. Like, all honesty, she was. She came good, talking, everything was good. And then Jeanette came home, like maybe 10 minutes later. And then we didn't want Jeanette to see it. So we just got her, took her to my apartment. And by then she was good. By then she was laying there on my bed, talking to us, telling us what hurts, what doesn't hurt. We're touching her hands, and like, does that hurt? We're touching her feet hurt. And we're like,
Don't
okay,
believe that.
we just kept touching her, whatever. And then I gave her compressions again because her eyes were rolling back. And this time when I gave her compression and gave her air, a whole lot of food flew up. When I saw that happen, I threw her on her side and tried to make everything come out, you know? And I was rubbing her back like that, and I felt it all in her, like in the middle of her spine. You can feel it all like liquidy. And you go like that, and every time you go like that, it comes up. Okay. And then she does that for a little bit, then she's good. She goes back to breathing right, she goes back to doing good. Yeah, okay. And then we leave her there for a little bit, and then she starts doing the same shit. The same shit, and this time there's nothing I can do. You know? And take her to the hospital. And the reason I can't take her to the hospital, I thought I had it like the first time. You know, the first time it was worse. She went unconscious, everything. Gave her CPR, thank God she came back. You know? And then this time I'm guessing it was the food in her lungs because she was getting consumed the down cup and applesauce. But I don't know how she was getting fed. You know? So that's what I think it was. She was just kept throwing up all her food. And I said, fuck.
Yes.
And then when we came over here, she called her dad, and her dad was like, bring her to the over here. My dumbass go all over there, thinking I'm helping. And that's all. Okay. Have you ever heard of 911? Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You know how that works? And it's a serious question. Some people don't know that, you can call that number for help. Why didn't y'all call 911? She was fine. And then she didn't have a phone. She had left it at Jeanette's. Right. And she ran back to go to Jeanette's. And by then I was in the car. We're headed to the hospital. You know, thinking that, I don't know, I thought she was gonna go to
Yes.
close by. Thinking that's better than calling 911, waiting there for calling 911. Yeah. You know, usually 911 takes forever. Well, I mean, it just depends. Honestly, it's quicker than from there. Yeah, I know, but honestly, kiddos, honestly, I didn't know she wanted me to go over there. I thought we were going to the Northeast Baptist. Okay. And then I asked her, she's the mother, you know? Mm-hmm. I know I'm driving, but I asked her, hey, what do we do here? Well, what do you want me to do? I'm freaking out, you know? And she's freaking out too, and she's like, I'll call my dad. And she called her dad. And her dad was like, bring him over here, bring her over here, bring her over here. And there we go. So here's my dilemma. Yes. You know what a dilemma is? I'm puzzled. Okay, things I need to figure out. I've talked to Katrina, okay, quite a bit. So she's telling me all this stuff. And now I've talked to you, okay? Your stories aren't making sense, okay? I think you had this one initially that y'all had discussed or whatever, or this is what happened. That's really what happened. I have a lot of unanswered questions. One big question I have is at the hospital, why don't you go in with him? She told me, I don't want my dad to see you. I don't want my dad to see you. Okay.
That's the only thing he said, I believe.
Okay. Why? I don't know. I don't even ask. I don't ask. I don't know why. I guess her dad didn't know she had a dude at the time. I don't know. I do what I'm told. Just like I'm told to take her to the hospital, I take her to the hospital. Just like I'm told to give her CPR, I give her CPR. I help her. Okay. I try, at least I try. What did you think when you saw her? I saw her and I was like, yeah, she's having trouble breathing. That's what I thought. She's having trouble breathing. Yeah. You know what I saw when I first saw Mercedes in that thought? Somebody, some devil has been abusing and torturing this little girl. That's what I thought. That little girl is tortured. And there's two adults that had access to that little girl. You and Katrina. So there comes a point, okay, and you, man to man, you know, we've talked, we've got to know each other a little bit here. You've been through it. You grew up in it. Okay? And we have an opportunity here now to talk to you tonight. This is going to be our only chance to talk. I'm not stupid. Okay? There comes a time when you have to, man up. I want to hear no more. No, excuses here and there. They're not excuses, I'm telling you. I know you don't beat the hell out of that little girl. I know you don't torture that little girl. And it's sick. All right? And I need the truth. What's going to happen is they're going to do an autopsy. The doctor's going to tell me everything is wrong with it. Okay? We're going to keep talking to people. We're going to keep investigating. Okay? And we're going to hold people responsible. Because that little girl, I understand. Just like we said earlier, she didn't deserve it. She didn't. I don't care how bad she was. No kid deserves it. No adult deserves what she got. Yeah. Right? I don't think there's people who have been in war prisons who have been treated the way she probably was.
Tells you how bad she was.
But that's the impression I got when I first saw her. And I've seen a lot of bad things. Yeah. That's all I do. That's my job.
Yeah.
I see bad things. Okay? So I know what Katrina's telling me. And now I know what you told me. And I'm going to tell you right now, what Katrina's telling me makes the most sense. It lines up with everything. It even lines up with some of the things you said. Okay? So you can explain to me how this got so out of hand, so out of control. I didn't see you Jose, listen to me. I'm gonna tell you straight at you right now. You beat the shit out of that little girl. You tortured that little girl. Don't put your head back. Look at me in the eyes. You know what you did. I did not torture. Yes, you did. And you need to be a man and be responsible for what you did. Okay? You want me the way, listen to me. To take this man. No, I want you to tell the truth. Because there's a 5-year-old little girl dead. Yes, I'm beat to shit. Anybody that sees the pictures of her, the people that had to see her tonight, the nurses, the other officers, the other people that were there that had to see her, they're traumatized because of what happened to that little girl. By a grown man. No. Don't do that. Listen, we're gonna talk man to man. We're gonna talk man to man. Her background before you come accusing me. I know all about it. I know all about it. All that shit. I know all about it. I knew you were gonna bring that up. But listen, we just talk. Okay, we just talk. And I know what you've been through. I know what you, because I've been through that. That means I can go and that makes no sense. It makes all the sense because that's, listen to me. And if you go away, you gonna be quiet and listen to me? Just listen to me.
Well, it's not making sense.
It is making sense, and I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, these little injuries on your hands from the rings,
That's from my ring, it's too tight.
look at that.
Where? Bro, I swear to God.
Hold your tongue, don't swear to
What
God.
the fuck?
Hold your tongue for a minute, and listen to me, put your hands back. Now, look at these
I don't know what
marks.
that is, but that
These
hurts my
rings,
ears.
okay, all over there. You can't hide when you do these things.
I promise, they get tight and they gotta turn them and pull them off.
And this is what I'm telling you, we're also bringing the brothers down here to talk to you.
That's fine.
Okay.
They
They said they wanted to come down here and talk.
That's
to us.
fine. That's fine.
Okay, because they know what was going on.
And they do. They do.
Okay. So
They know, so
you
you
need to
you
tell
know.
me exactly what happened to this little girl.
I'm telling exactly what I told your partner, exactly what I told you. That's exactly what happened. Her bruises, the past bruises she's had, that's something completely different.
Don't we all agree?
I don't know what the bruises are from.
Well, how do you know the bruises from the past if you don't know what they're from?
Because I've seen them before. They're not from this.
Here's the deal, Rosa.
Yes. I'm
And you did
sorry.
nothing.
You are now,
Yeah, I see that.
you are now somebody I see as a killer,
I understand.
as an animal. And you know I'm right.
No, you're not right.
Yeah.
I swear you're not right.
So you want me to get Katrina, bring her in, we can three of us talk about it?
All talk. Please.
All three of
All
us?
three of us.
What do you think I have with that?
All three of us. Because that was not my fault. Jeanette even said that little girl was fine. Whenever she seen her before she went to work, she saw her wake up. She
I'm
saw
saying,
her.
that little girl has been fine for a long time. If you think that you saw her this morning, wake up, and you saw
I
her,
didn't see her.
and you thought she was fine,
Jeanette.
that girl is beat from head to toe. Head to toe, slapped around. She's missing hair from somebody pulling it out. Mhm.
Okay, bro, okay.
Right? Think about all the things you did. You thought you were disciplining her. You weren't. You were killing her.
Ooh.
And now you're just demonstrating to me that you're a coward.
I don't even know what to tell you.
Tell me the truth.
About what happened to you about, I'm telling you what happened. She was fine. She was fine. She
too.
was fine.
She was not.
She was fine. She was good whenever she left my apartment. She was good.
Tell me about all the times you disciplined her.
I disciplined her.
Tell me all the times that you disciplined her. What you did to her to
I
discipline
put
her.
her in the fucking corner. I put her, smacked on her ass.
What else? Don't minimize it. Tell me what you did to this girl.
I put her on her fucking knees. I put her on her knees. Put her hands out like that.
Okay.
Okay?
Put her hands up.
Yeah, like that.
What
And
else?
that's it. That's it. Left it alone. Put it in the corner. You cry, go on the butt.
What else?
And then the other, bro.
The thumbtacks.
Tell me everything you did to her.
Okay.
It's easy. I mean, you've done all these things. Tell me all of it.
This guy's pissing me
We're not
off.
finishing everything. Okay, let's just get it out here.
I think they both did, Chrissy.
All right? It's tough, man. It's frustrating. You get frustrated. The things you've been through, I get it. So explain to me all the discipline that you did to this child. Now's your chance to tell me about it. What would you do to discipline Mercedes? There's more than what you just told me. Tell me some of it.
Yeah.
Tell me all of it.
Yeah, I would pinch her.
The pinch, okay? Where would you pinch her?
Right here, when she was sitting, right there.
On the inside of her thigh?
Right, no, right here, right here, right here, right here, right here.
Okay. What else would you do?
That's it. That hair missing, it was her little sister when we were gone. We went to Austin, her little sister would beat her ass. Believe it or not, her sister would pull her the sides of her hair, the top of her hair, put her foot on her, and pull her fucking hair. And Katrina would let that shit happen.
You saw that happen?
Oh, yeah.
When?
Oh, when we were in Austin for her fucking birthday. I'm not gonna sit here and take all the blame like I killed that little girl because I fucking didn't.
So it was a team effort.
No, that's not the fuck I'm saying, but okay.
So, and you're telling me you injured her, but you're also, what you want me to believe is
I
that
injured her.
Katrina injured her as
I
well?
injured her. How did I injure her? Pinching?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's one.
Okay. And then
You did other things?
Hands.
Mm-hmm. What would you do when you try to shut her up?
Nothing.
Come on.
I wouldn't do nothing. What was said that I did?
You tell me.
You tell me, you know everything.
I do.
I know.
That's why I can't believe what you're saying.
You're not gonna.
You're minimizing what
I'm
you
not
did in this.
minimizing, I'm telling you.
Well, it's changed, right? In this little bit of time,
What has changed?
from the beginning of how you were disciplined, all of a sudden it changed. You tell me a little more, you tell me a little more of how you disciplined her. And that's what I'm getting at. No, it's your opportunity to explain to me what happened to this little girl.
I'm telling you what. I wouldn't know everything I fucking have, but I'm telling you what I did. That's what I would do.
And what else?
That's it.
That's not it.
What do you mean that's not it? What else would I do? What else would I do?
You're a controlling man.
Oh my goodness.
Okay? The
Is
stuff
that what you
the
said?
stuff that
I
you
described,
described,
huh?
the stuff that you told me happened to you when you were younger, I'm sure you did a lot of that to her.
No, I didn't. Because I know what the fuck it feels like. So I didn't.
You did.
I didn't punch on her. I didn't do any of that shit to her. Yeah, maybe I put her on her knees. I didn't make her hold no fucking weight.
And you
What about
pinched
the
her.
car when she had to hold the box?
A box?
Mhm.
What
With
box?
stuff in it.
Katrina made her do that. I know it's even in a car. What? Girl, okay.
Okay, just a size. I'm gonna go back over a couple of things on that video. You mentioned in the video injuries to Jose's hands. Can you describe what you saw from the jury?
They look like scrapes and marks on his hands.
Okay, and were they on both hands or one hand?
I think they were on both. I can't remember.
Okay, where on his hands were they?
On the exposed areas, not where the rings, under the rings, they were on the fingers.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And some on the knuckle area.
Okay, so not like the palm or the backside of the hand
Right.
on the actual fingers, is that correct?
Right.
There's also one point where Jose tells you that he would put Mercedes in timeout and have her put her hands like that. Did he demonstrate something to at that point?
He demonstrated raising them to the side, keeping them lifted.
Up in the air.
Yes.
He also told you that he would pinch Mercedes on the leg, and I believe you say inner thigh, but he says no right there, and I'm assuming he points to somewhere on his leg, or what's happening there?
Yeah, I can't remember where he was pointing, but yeah, I did mention the inner thigh because that's what I've been told.
I know you said you can't remember where, but was it drastically different from what you'd been told, or was it around the same area of the leg?
Around the same area.
Okay, Jose mentions that he had just moved, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the name of the new apartment complex?
I don't remember the name of it. It's on Park Crossing.
Okay. And then I believe, does he tell you the previous apartment that he lived in?
He did.
And what apartments are those?
It's 11530 Vance Jackson.
Okay, do you know the name of the complex?
I don't, not off the top of my head.
Would referring to your report help?
I'm not sure if I put the name of them in here. I did get I think some floor plan
So he had moved
stuff
when we
that
saw
was
that
submitted
video.
to the
Supposedly.
attorney's office.
Didn't care to take much of her stuff though.
Usually I won't put the name of the apartment complex in my report just because they seem to change quite often.
And I'm sorry, you said you got a floor plan, correct, of the apartment?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 79 and State's Exhibit 80. Do you recognize these?
Yes,
And 79 has two sides, I believe.
it does.
Okay, and the address here on the bottom of State's Exhibit 79, is that the same address you just testified to?
Yes, 11530 Vance Jackson.
Okay. And then what is State's Exhibit 80?
It's an actual layout of an apartment.
Okay, and is that did you actually go to this apartment that Jose lived in at the Vance Jackson address?
Yes,
Okay, and is this layout the same or similar layout to the apartment that Jose Ruiz lived in?
yes, it is.
At this point, State would offer into evidence State's Exhibit 79 and 80 previously tendered to defense.
No objection. All right, State's Exhibit 79 and 80 are.
Can't wait to hear what Grandma Lollipop asked him.
Yes, Judge.
All right. So those of you, if you're just joining us, the audio is off. Their mouths and audio, they're not moving together for some reason. I don't know. They didn't move together the first day this channel showed this trial either. And their audio has been awful, although I think it's been a little bit better today. But I can remember what I can remember what we said. So Grandma Lollipop was she's a rolling. She's got her favorite Hamilton's favorite jeans on today. Again. I don't believe him because if you saw a little girl that was beat as bad as this little girl apparently was, they've called this like one of the worst that Bexar County has seen. They were old bruises, they're new bruises, and you did nothing. If you have to repeatedly do CPR on a child, you're not even concerned about that. Well, she was fine. She was talking. Go to the hospital then or call 911. That's like, I don't get that.
All your lunch break right now, and so I'll have you all come back. Is 2 o'clock enough time for you all?
I don't get his thought process of, well, she was talking. Okay, she's not fine. If you just act like doing CPR on a child repeatedly throughout whatever time period that was just okay. Just every day. She just holds her breath. A lot of people hold their breath and you don't have to do CPR, or a lot of kids hold their breath. You don't do CPR on them. Yeah, I suck at that. I don't know. Gabby, I still was laughing at that. That was a good end to the day. The prosecutor, the white-haired prosecutor, were just going at it. And I mean, the judge would sustain I'm sorry, an objection.
And we also
And
talked about an apartment on.
sorry, I didn't realize I had that muted. Or overrule it. And she'd look right at the prosecutor and be like, overruled. It was so funny. I've never seen anything like that. And then the judge sustained one, and the blonde prosecutor looks over at that lady and goes, sustained. So they're coming back from a sidebar. This woman has one of those rolly walker things that has a chair in it. And she bumps into the state, almost falls down. The state lady feels horrible, but she didn't fall down, so it was funny. That's because funny is funny, and she wasn't hurt, so it was funny. So I just said the state hip checked her because she was tired of dealing with her crap that she had to deal with all day from her. I've never seen a defense attorney like this woman, ever.
Oh, please be seated.
Oh, no, yes. Day one was funny.
And I may have forgotten to tell
My
y'all, whenever
cat,
you need a
always
break,
funny.
if you just do the break sign, one of us will see it and we'll know.
I
All
don't know
right,
what the break
please be
sign
seated.
is.
All right, stated, still your witness.
Yes, Hamilton. That is what happened.
I think we left off talking about the Henry B apartment. Where are the Henry B apartments?
They're located within the city of San Antonio in Bexar County, Texas.
And we also talked about an apartment on Park Crossing. Is that also in Bexar County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to be clear, both of those apartments, whose apartments were they?
The two apartments that we visited,
Correct.
they were both leased to Jose.
Okay. Now sticking with the video that we watched, Detective Lloyd also interviewed Jose Ruiz. Did you review that interview before coming to court, or as part of your, putting together the case as a detective?
Yes.
Okay. In that, it is in evidence. So, in Detective Lloyd's interview, Jose tells Detective Lloyd that Katrina was a good mom and he never saw her do anything extreme. Is that consistent with what Jose told you, or inconsistent?
Inconsistent.
Okay. In Detective Lloyd's interview, Jose stated that they didn't go to the hospital because Mercedes was fine. Is that consistent with what he told you?
No.
And in Detective Lloyd's interview, Jose said that he had no idea why him and Katrina broke up and that she didn't want to live there with him. Is that consistent or inconsistent with what he told you?
Inconsistent.
I believe while you were talking to Jose, he said he put some blame on to Jordan Losoya. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how old was Jordan again at the time?
6.
Oh, that's
Do
who
you
he was
believe that was
blaming.
consistent with the injuries you saw in Mercedes, that a 6-year-old could have caused those injuries?
I couldn't understand who he was talking about.
I did not believe those injuries were caused by a 6-year-old.
Okay, after interviewing Jose, what did you do next?
The next thing that I did was attend the autopsy.
Okay. And and did you witness the entire autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, and who performed the autopsy?
Dr. Cannon with the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. Were you present when pictures were taken?
Yes,
And I'm sorry, to be clear, pictures of Mercedes' body?
yes.
Um, okay, we'll come back to that. After attending while you were at the autopsy, was anything specifically collected from Mercedes' body,
They were,
if you remember?
yeah, they did, I think fingernail clippings, the typical things they do in these type of cases.
And how did they package it?
They treat it just like any other evidence. They package it, seal it, and it's a chain of custody is maintained until it's received in our property room as evidence.
Okay. Who does it go to after it leaves the medical examiner's office?
We have a non-sworn person who then picks it up from the medical examiner's office and immediately transports it to our property room where it's entered there as evidence, and that's to maintain that chain of custody.
Okay, and the property room, can you describe it to the jury? How it works?
That's it's a secure facility. There's an area where officers go in, they enter descriptions of whatever evidence they're bringing in on a computer, build a tag for it. So for tracking purposes, they package it, seal it with evidence tape, initial it. That this way, that stuff is we know who's handled it and where it's been, and then it's given to the property room personnel, and it's in a locked facility. It's in a secure facility, no one can get to it.
And is it tied to this case, or, well, in this case, is it tied to this case specifically?
Yes,
How so?
by the case number.
Okay. And did you observe Dr. Cannon do that with the evidence he collected?
They did that after I had departed.
Okay.
They would lay it out on a table, but then they would seal it and package it later.
I believe you said that you observed fingernails being clipped. Did you observe any other substances collected from the body?
Not that I recall. I think the majority of the autopsy when I was present was to identifying the injuries and getting information on that, things he pointed out as far as injuries were concerned.
Okay, and did the medical examiner perform a stain exam? Are you aware?
Yes.
And what is a stain exam?
Basically, it's an examination to collect evidence in case someone is sexually assaulted.
Okay. And to be clear, I don't want to mislead the jury. Did you have any evidence there was a sexual assault that had occurred?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And do they also collect, the medical examiner, do they also collect DNA?
Yes.
Okay, what's the purpose of a medical examiner collecting DNA?
It's so they can have a standard on file in case we submit anything that we're asking for a comparison to the victim or other people involved in the case. They'll be able to develop a DNA profile from the deceased's DNA to compare to those samples they build from other pieces of evidence.
Did you observe Dr. Cannon collect a blood sample for DNA purposes?
Yes.
And were there items in this case that were submitted to a lab for comparison on DNA?
Yes.
I agree, Hamilton. That would have been even worse. And it's already bad.
Did you observe Dr. Cannon do anything in regards to Mercedes' hair or head?
Yes.
What did he do to her head?
Well, they do. They remove the skull and
Okay.
the
But prior to
examination of that.
Prior to that, what do they have to do first?
They'll make incisions to examine bruising to see how deep those are and check for fractures and whatnot.
Okay, and before they do that, do they have to shave the hair?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, detective size, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 82 and 83. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
Okay, are these photos that you observed taken at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of the way Mercedes looked that day?
Yes.
State offers to admit State's Exhibit 82 and 83 into evidence.
No objection. States 82 and 83 are admitted.
May I publish the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. States 82. What is this a photo of?
That's a photograph of the bottom of the left foot of Mercedes.
And why is this important?
It shows what I believe to be puncture marks on the bottom of her feet.
And States Exhibit 83. Oh. What are we looking at here?
That's the back of Mercedes's head after her hair has been shaved off.
Okay. Are there additional? Oh, you're turning the light on. Are there additional injuries that can be seen here that could not be seen when her head was not shaved?
Yes.
Water or just Gabby. I can't get your name today.
Okay. What do you do next as part of your investigation? Or let me.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Beyond that, then we move into a couple of days after. Some things took place. The next day, an interview was conducted with Jordan, and I was given a child safe, an investigator there, or an interviewer there named Sam Brago, I believe.
Okay. Are you present for that interview?
Yes.
Okay.
I say yes. Normally I am. I'm not sure that I was for Jordan's.
Okay. Let me ask you, did you obtain any search warrants in this case?
Yes.
What all of the are the search warrants that were obtained in this case?
By me? Just by me? Or do you want all?
Let's talk about the locations, whether by you
Okay.
or
So the one for the park crossing apartment was obtained by Detective Landrum from Night CID. I eventually get one for the apartment on Vance Jackson, apartment 812, and I get one for a cell phone.
Okay. Just briefly, you said Night CID. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Night CID is a night criminal investigation detail. Those are detectives. They're assigned to that for the overnight cases that come in, and they'll go out and make start the preliminary investigation into any felony crimes that occur, and then provide that information to a follow-up unit.
Okay. You mentioned you obtained a search warrant for a phone. Where did you get this phone?
I seized that phone from Katrina.
Okay. And in your investigation, did you come to learn whose phone that was?
Yes,
Whose phone was it?
Jose's.
Okay. Do you know what type of phone that was?
I'll find it in just a second. It was an Apple iPhone 13 Pro Max.
He's like, are you paying attention to me, ladies?
Okay. Were you, after that search warrant was obtained, were you able to review evidence that was inside of the phone?
Your Honor, I would object and would like to approach.
She's just trying to get her steps in. By the way, I wasn't making fun of the lady because she has one of those rolly walker things with the seat on it. I think she's probably had some surgery. Just so we're clear, I would never do that. But my guess is she had maybe hip surgery of some sort, and that's not an age thing. I'm just gonna stop talking. It's me digging. Just take the shovel out of my hand. Yeah. So I need to just we were just talking about in chat. I need to see what happens today, but I plan on streaming tomorrow. possibly Sunday. But I need to see where they are. I don't know that the defense will have any witnesses to call. But maybe they will. This is just one of those cases that it just seems like the defense will rest without calling any witnesses. But I don't know, because I'm not them and they didn't share their plan with me. Rude, I know. It does go. It did kind of look like he just put Gabby, I don't know what is wrong with me doing your stuff. It did kind of look like he just said it on there. Long sidebar. Those prosecutors, they always color coordinate. They were color coordinated on day one, and they are color coordinated today, although I can't see what the blonde one's wearing. She's got to be wearing some sort of red. Because they were color coordinated the day that he was just being polite, Gabby. Maybe he needed some phlegm for later for defense. He could throw it at people, keep them away from it.
Yes. And just one moment. And, excuse me, to the witness, just make sure you only answer the question that's being asked.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may proceed.
I thought he was doing a good job of that.
You obtained a search warrant. Were you able to view the contents of Jose Ruiz's phone?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Contents of the phone. Relevance of the phone.
That'll be overruled.
Can you repeat your answer?
Yes.
Okay. In reviewing the contents of Jose Ruiz's phone, were you able to see things that were consistent with things that were described to you by Jose himself, Katrina Mendoza, and Jordan Losoya?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be overruled. You can answer.
Yes.
The basis for the objection is that there's no guarantee that it was Jose's phone, and it's prejudice coming in.
All right, that'll be overruled. The court is doing a balancing act. The court will find that it's more probative than prejudicial. I'm sorry, that it is outweighed, the prejudicial effect is outweighed by the probative value. All right, you can ask your next question, please. Ask your next question.
Yes, Judge.
Hello?
May I approach?
Yes.
And just real quick, because if you guys aren't familiar with this, the mom was charged. She took a plea. She's facing up to 45 years. He's facing life, and she will be here to test, not today, but I don't believe today, but she will be here to testify against him. So that ought to be a good time with the defense attorney. If you haven't seen the defense attorney's opening statement, it's not very long and it's worth a look.
I asked her first.
Yes.
I forgot. I'm sorry.
No problem. And just so both sides know, if you need to approach, feel free to move about the courtroom. In defense, if you want to approach to see what the state is ever showing a witness, you don't have to ask for permission. You can just approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's the photo that we've discussed already. I'm showing you.
And Ms. Harper, you can You can go around and approach because the court reporter, that equipment that's up there is very valuable.
I'm
The
showing you
defense
what's
and
been
the
marked
state
as
approaching
Exhibit
together might get
1.
testy.
Is this a photo that you saw in Jose's phone?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the behavior that Jose described of Mercedes holding her arms out?
Yes, it is.
And I'm sorry, just for the record, I had my arms out like a
Ron, I
scarecrow.
would object. They're going into some issues that, proper foundation has not been laid and, under the balancing, the prejudicial effect clearly outweighs the probative value. I know that's in every case, but there's a lot necessary to lay the foundation for this, and I would object at this time to any reference to it or any admission of it.
All right. Leading objection will be sustained.
I thought the other defense attorney was making the objections. Dang it.
And on that cell phone we're discussing, was there a forensic download performed by someone else
Your
or
Honor,
by
again,
yourself?
I object.
Objection will be overruled. You can answer the question.
Yes.
Okay, who performed that forensic download on the cell phone?
Detective Knox.
I'll pass the witness.
Right, defense.
Good afternoon, Detective Size. My name is Teresa Conlon.
Definitely, ma'am.
Oh, she is. Yay.
Had you ever met Mercedes or Katrina or Jose prior to all this incident?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware of any reports that happened with these people prior to this incident?
No, ma'am.
As I understand your direct testimony, you said that you left the hospital about what time before you went to the medical exam?
I would be guessing, but probably between 9 and 10 p.m.
That night?
Yes, ma'am.
And the medical examiner is about half an hour from that hospital on the south side?
Yes.
Or about that? And you were present for the whole autopsy?
That was the next morning. That wasn't, I didn't leave there directly to the autopsy. Does that make sense?
Did you, when you left the hospital, did you say that you went to talk to Dr. Kanan?
No, ma'am.
No, so it wasn't until the next day?
Right. When I left the hospital, I went to our office, the homicide office.
So when did you go to the medical examiner?
It was that following morning.
Following day. When you went to him, did you bring him any written reports?
No.
Did you provide a verbal report to Dr. Kanan?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
Just what I observed, and then the information that we had received after obtaining statements.
Did you know that Mercedes had asthma?
I did not.
So when you spoke to Dr. Kanan, you didn't transmit any information about her breathing history?
No, ma'am.
Subsequently, did you supply reports, I'm speaking you personally, to Dr. Kanan?
If I did, it was just the offense report completed by an officer. They typically ask for that copy to be sent to them via email.
Do you recall, though, ever doing that?
I don't recall.
No. After the autopsy, and you were there for, how long does an autopsy take?
They vary with when they have the these kind of extensive injuries, it takes a long time. It can take 2 to 3 hours or longer because they're looking at all of them. And they want to give me a good answer before I leave at what they find.
How long did it take?
I don't remember. The better part of the morning, I'm sure.
Did you take any notes on this?
I typically won't because my observations, even though I'll get information from the doctor, I just rely on their report later to give the specifics.
Sir, I'm really more interested in what reports you gave him. The medical examiner's report says that part of his decision-making was based on reports that he received from the police.
Right.
You had spoken to him, you did speak to him, but you never gave him anything written. So the only thing he relied on was what you told him, is that right? Oh, no, so you couldn't have been, I didn't guess. Did anyone else from your department speak to Dr. Kanan besides you?
No, ma'am.
No, as far as you know. So if he relied on police information, it would have come from you, is that
Yes.
fair to say?
It would have come from me or through their investigator.
They had separate investigators?
They do.
Did you communicate with them at all?
We do. When I called from the hospital to the medical examiner's office, that's who I would have spoke to, was an investigator.
Did you ever directly interview Jordan? I'm sorry, I don't remember that you said about that.
I did not.
Did you ever see her video where she told about the food being stuffed in Mercedes' mouth?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
her mother shoving a spoon down?
I did.
About when did you see that? Do you remember?
I know her interview was the next day on the 8th, so I probably received a copy of that on the 9th.
Same, 8th or 9th, around that. Was that information ever transmitted to Dr. Kanan?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the charge nurse, Gustavo Cervantes, made a report and he said that he took food out of her mouth to clear her windpipe? Were you aware of that?
I was aware he made a statement. I took that statement from him.
Did you transmit that information about the blocked windpipe to Dr. Kanan?
No, that statement was obtained well after the autopsy being completed.
But you said that you spoke with Mr. Cervantes that night, didn't you, or am I wrong?
No, I mean, I briefly did at the hospital. He didn't give me any details like that. I got his statement quite a bit later.
Would it have made a difference if you knew beforehand that he had to take food out of her mouth? This was blocking the windpipe?
Well, I had been told that she had food in her mouth, the blocking the windpipe. You know, I didn't know about that at the time for Dr. Cannon.
But you did know that they found food in her mouth, is that correct?
I knew they had seen food in her mouth, yes.
Did you transmit that information to Dr. Kanan?
He was aware of that, yes.
Did you transmit that information?
I don't recall if I told him or if that's information he received through his investigator from them talking to someone at the hospital.
When you were at the hospital, was there an investigator from the medical examiner there then?
No, ma'am. When a death occurs at a hospital or the deceased is at a hospital, they won't send an investigator there.
So there was no investigator to your knowledge the night of or Mercedes was pronounced dead, is that correct?
There was not a medical examiner's investigator at the hospital, no.
There was not?
No.
Okay, so, did you have communication with the investigator for the medical examiner?
I did call their office, yes.
Who did you speak with?
I don't recall. There should be a copy of that investigator's report with everything I submitted. But I don't recall which investigator it was.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall which investigator it was.
There's a lot of people you have to deal with, right? I don't mean to challenge on that, but I am concerned about what kind of information got to Dr. Kanan. And for that, that's the reason I'm completely, despite everything you said, that's really what I'm interested in, the medical examiner. So did you actually have a conversation with any investigator from the medical examiner's office immediately upon Mercedes' death or somewhere later?
I called them from the hospital when I responded there, after Mercedes arrived at the hospital, deceased. When I go there and I get all the information I need,
Yes.
before I departed, I called the medical examiner's office to let them know to make sure they had been advised about her death. And when I called there, the number we call goes to their investigators. We don't go directly to a doctor.
Please do not talk over each other. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Is it okay, Ms. Diana? Sorry, I'm sorry. You know, you didn't speak to Dr. Kanan that night, though. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you had some investigator from the medical examiner.
Yes.
Yes. So as far as you know, Dr. Kanan didn't know during the autopsy that food was blocking her windpipe when she was in the hospital.
Objection calls for speculation.
That'll be overruled if you know the answer.
I don't know if he knew about it.
I only have just a moment, please. I'm sorry, I don't remember if I'd asked this, but did you ever give a written report subsequently to Dr. Kanan?
Not my report. If I provided one, it would be the offense report completed by the officer, the handling officer at the scene, at the hospital, the preliminary offense report, if that makes sense. That's typically what we provide to them.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you, officer.
State.
I don't know who's hacking, but they need
You
to.
just said typically what you provide. Is it standard protocol for you to provide an offense report to a medical examiner for an autopsy?
Yes.
If you know, the medical examiner, do they work to determine a crime has happened, or are they a neutral entity?
They're neutral.
And the medical examiner investigator, they don't investigate for a crime, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know, does the medical examiner collect anything else besides the police report to put together to make their final decision and determination on the cause of death?
It depends. Some cases they may ask for video footage if we have it of the incident, or they'll ask maybe for a copy of a video recorded statement, something to help them determine exactly what happened.
To your knowledge, do you know if they collect medical records?
Yes,
Yes, they do.
they do look into it, and if they exist, they get them.
And so, to your knowledge, the cause of death isn't based solely on the police report.
Correct.
I'll pass the witness.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
He's excused from the state.
Defense?
You're subject to recall. I'm sorry, I have to go on recall, sir.
The room has been invoked, but that means you can't discuss your testimony.
Did she just say he's subject to recall and then apologize to him?
Attorneys for the state or the defense, please make sure you're available in case you are recalled.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And if you, I think they put did they put the exhibits there? Okay, thank you. All right, state, call your next witness.
State calls Losoya Robinson.
They are Hamilton because my grandma used to wear those. And they had elastic bands on them. Good point. I'm not sure why she gets to wear jeans.
Oh, yes.
Sure.
I mean,
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
Losoya Robinson.
Thank you, Kristen, because you guys know I always forget.
how are you
So
employed?
yes, please hit that like button
Communications.
Okay.
and
What are your
subscribe
duties
button.
with SAPD Communications?
Paralegal / custodian of records.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in this role?
3 years.
As part of your duties, do you maintain 911 calls?
Yes.
Can you tell me how the 911 calls are recorded?
They're digitally recorded through MediaWorks.
What's media work?
It is a digital recording system or database.
Okay. So are they recorded automatically?
Yes,
Okay.
in real time.
In real time. Okay. And how are they stored?
They're on a secure database.
And are all calls stored?
Yes,
How long are they stored for?
6 months.
Oh, I thought it'd be longer.
Can I approach that?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
My initials and my date.
Okay. Have you listened to this prior to coming to court today?
Yes,
Okay. And are these 911 calls that we asked you to listen?
yes,
Are they involving Jose Ruiz?
yes,
Are they involving an apartment on 812, or I'm sorry, on Vance Jackson Road?
yes.
I'm sorry, were they at calls made to 11530 Vance Jackson Road, to be specific?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, how many calls are on this disc?
2.
And are they kept in the normal course of business? You
Yes,
already said that. They recorded when they-
yes.
that was a really bad question. When were they preserved?
Which caller you talking? Because they're both on different dates. Or,
Okay. When was the first one made?
The first one was made November the 30th, and it was saved at that time.
What year?
21.
Okay. And the second call?
December 1st of 21, I believe, also.
And are they connected to an SAPD number?
Yes.
And what SAPD number are they connected to?
SAPD 2202-6527.
Okay. And what is that case that number that you're referencing? What is that regarding? I'm sorry.
All right, the parties approach.
Yes, sir.
No. Roll on up. Wonder what happened. Oh. See you, Stormy. Have a good rest of your day. Enjoy that Florida weather. Oh, yes, no need. I get nervous now every time she walks back to the table. As long as the state's all sitting down first, she shouldn't trip or hit them or fall down.
Ask your next question.
How do you know that these phone calls are related to Jose Ruiz?
The caller actually says, well, because it's under this case number, that's the best answer I could give you, because I don't recall if the caller actually calls him by name.
Okay. And the calls, I think we already established, they are specifically to the
530 Vance Jackson, apartment 812.
apartment 812.
Your Honor, I'd like to call a witness. witness on voir dire, please?
Just a moment. Finish asking your questions for whatever foundation you're laying. And then you'll be allowed to take the witness on voir dire if you wish to.
And I think I waived the predicate at this time. She's established a business record.
Well, have you offered it?
Not yet, Judge. I'll offer State's Exhibit 84.
Would you like to take the witness on voir dire?
Yes, Your Honor, I would.
911
Ms. Robinson, good afternoon. My name is Teresa.
operator.
Hello.
Hello. Now, the only way you can identify this case is per a case number, is that correct?
Yes.
Where did you get the case number?
From the requesting person who's requesting the audio,
Who requested the audio?
Bear County.
Bear County. Was it the DA's office? or
Yes, the
police?
DA's office.
Now, they make lots of requests, I'm sure. How did you get this one specifically, these calls specifically tied to a case number?
How do we get? Well, under that case number, the calls would be appended or linked. When that 911 initial 911 call comes in, there's a document generated called the incident detail report. On that report, every time a call comes in that is related to that phone number, that address, they'll link it together.
So, in other words, these two calls were linked together on the basis of the phone number that initiated the calls. Is that right?
Yes.
But how did it get marked as a case number?
I don't know how they generate the case numbers or how they come up with the case numbers, but because whatever it is that the 911 callers do or dispatchers do, and they link the calls together under this specific case number, that's how it comes to us. When upon request, when we're asked to pull that audio, we'll pull it underneath that SAPD number or case number.
So in other words, you're actually limited as to the information that you have before you compile this, is that right?
Yes, because we won't pull it if we don't know if a request hasn't come in. A request has to come in for us to pull that call and to look for that case number.
But who makes the request? You're saying Bear County did.
Bear County made this particular request for these audios.
And this, I'm sorry, district attorneys?
ADAs,
But we're not sure. I mean, you said Bear County, but there's district attorneys, courts.
the email
Fine here.
said Bear County ADA's office.
This is really frustrating.
Crossing over, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that answer?
The email or the request that came in, the person that requested the audio, it said Bear County's ADA's office.
Thank you. So you received it by an email request from a specific person, is that
Yes.
correct? And then they provide a case number. And then you file the case number with those particular calls. The DA's.
No, we don't file the case number. Once they request it, the case number is on there. We look for those particular audios under that case number.
Thank you. Thank you. And that email would have said this date or these particular dates and these particular times.
I don't recall what the email said. I just know that it requested these particular audios and I pulled them. Or one of my coworkers pulled them.
Right, and that would have been based on the phone number,
That would have been based under the case number.
but you didn't have the case number originally. It wasn't part of the process. that you
If they don't send the request with a case number, we can't pull anything because we don't know what to pull. So as I said before, previously, whoever requested had the case number on the email
All right, I think I'm just now comprehending Chrissy. I think they're talking in circles. I think she's wanting to know how she knew what case number to look up, and I think she doesn't know how they got the case number. I understand what she's trying to say. Is how did you know where to go to look up what it is? She's saying she looked it up by the case number. I'm kind of wondering myself, where'd the DA the DA get the case number. Is it the DA's case number? I get it. It's all confusing and it's all just computerized. I don't know either. It made more sense when she said, so you would know the dates that you needed to go back and look at. Yes. Sorry about the pause. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I know, Christy. I just was trying to figure out what she was asking.
Email in their request. So
I think they're
that's how
talking
we
about
know
the
to pull
same
that particular
thing.
audio because it's under that case number.
Forgive my stupidity here, but the case number is generated from the DA's office, not. from-
No, ma'am, it's not generated from the DA's office.
Who is it generated from?
I'm assuming because I don't know for sure.
Please don't assume.
Okay, well, I can't answer your question.
I have objections to our not enough foundation, insufficient foundation for the call. Location of it, who made the call, I object to that. Introduction of this evidence.
State?
Judge, she's testified that it was the Vance Jackson apartment, number 812, which has already been in evidence that it was the apartment belonging to Jose Ruiz. She's testified that it is a recording that is automatically recorded, kept in the regular course of business. We've laid the business predicate, or the business records predicate, and she has tied it specifically to this defendant. And the case number.
There's no personal
Oh,
identification.
and y'all can remain seated when you do your objections. Yes.
There's no personal identification of this call. I don't believe the foundation is complete. Ms. Robinson, I'm sure is very good at her job, but we don't have the right foundation by the state.
All right. The objection is overruled. State's exhibit number 84 is admitted.
May I publish to the jury?
Yes.
That look she just gave her like, sorry. 911 operator. You're asking her a lot of questions, but she's not. That's not how that works. It wouldn't surprise me if the police asked, if the detectives asked for it.
I think this would be police. Yeah, this is, so it's the neighbors upstairs. I think they're severely beating their kid up.
Why do you think that? What's going on?
Because I live right under them and the kid is just screaming for the past 20 minutes and she keeps saying ow, ow, ow every time and the dad is just yelling at her. I think they're beating her up. I tried to record as much as I could, like voice record what's going on. And I mean, somebody just needs to come check this out. They always fight. The dad has just the worst temper ever. They fight almost every night.
What's the address? Let's start there.
It's 11530 Vance Jackson Road. That's the Henry B apartments.
What
They are
apartment are they in?
812.
812. What building number is this? Is this
No, it's 812.
Oh,
No,
okay.
88. It's just directly 812.
Right. What building 8?
Building 8, yes.
So the parents.
I don't know if you can hear.
Is it just the one child that's in there?
I have no idea how many child they got in there. I don't know what's going on, but it's only one child that's crying that I can tell from.
You said it's been 20 minutes, correct?
What is that?
It's been about 20 minutes.
Yeah, but that's not.
And you said she's just saying ouch, is that right?
Yeah, she just keeps saying ow, ow, ow.
I wonder if
And
that's
she's,
when he
like,
was
severely crying, like waiting.
Like hysterical?
Yeah.
putting the tacks in her foot.
It's a female?
I think the one that's crying is the female. Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear them?
No, I can't hear anything, sir.
Okay,
What else,
okay.
other than the child that you hear crying, anything else?
No, I mean, that's it. They're just super loud. Like I can hear the entire fight from right there.
Okay. Do you know if anyone's injured in any way, if anyone needs an ambulance?
I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on.
Do you want to speak with the officers when they get out there today?
If they want to speak with me, just give me a call back. I'll meet them somewhere. I just don't want them to see me with the officers and then there'll be a bigger deal.
I find from 817-715-0454, is that correct?
Correct.
You said the father is known to have a temper, is that correct?
Yes. I mean, it's a male up there. I don't know if it's a father, stepfather, or somebody, but it's just, there's a male up there with a very aggressive.
Okay, all right, no problem, you're gonna office out there, we'll for check on her, okay?
Thank you.
I'm not sure what day this is on, Hamilton.
Sorry, and Ms. Johnson, what was the date of that call?
Ms.
There you go.
Robinson?
I'm sorry, Ms.
It-
Robinson.
It was 11/30/21.
Thank you.
So that was in November. And then date of the incident was February.
This is about a very loud noise complaint.
Okay, what's the address?
11530 Vance Jackson Road, apartment 812.
Okay, you said 11530 Vance Jackson Road, and you said, what was the apartment number?
812.
812, are these the Hennessy apartments?
Yep.
Okay, what's your name?
My name is Mo.
Your name is what?
Okay, for the. I stopped the call about halfway through, he doesn't say anything else other than his phone number for the record. What was the date of that second call?
The second call was December 1st, 21.
I'll pass the witness.
Defense.
Ms. Robinson.
Yeah. Yep.
Do you ever obtain the name of who makes these calls?
Yes, he says his name.
He said Mo.
Yes, he said Mo.
What else do you know about his name?
That's it, Mo.
Subsequently, to look up the names of any of these people?
No.
I didn't hear him give the name of the person. Did you hear the name given of the person being complained about?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
No further questions, Judge.
Is this witness subject to recall?
No.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone or view anything. The only persons you're allowed to talk to are attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
The state calls Mohammed Hassouna.
So I don't know why this took so long to finally start. There was a lot of delays for some reason. I don't know what they were, because that was in 21. She passed away in 22, and then now we're just getting started. And by passed away, you know what I mean. Not nicely.
All right, if you raise your right hand, you solemnly swear affirming to tell the truth, so help you God. All right, you can lower your hand. If you make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record,
My name is Mohammed.
or full name.
Oh, Mohammed Hassan.
All right, state.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good
Can you
afternoon.
please spell your name? first and
Yes,
last?
it spells Mohanad. Last name spells Hasona.
Okay. Is there a name you go by?
Mohammed or Mo.
Mo.
Yeah.
Do people call you Mo?
There's,
Yeah, some people do.
there's
yeah.
Mo.
You refer to yourself as Mo?
Sometimes when it's really hard to hear my name, I do. Yeah.
Okay. And
where do you presently live?
In Grenada.
Grenada, not Grenada,
No, Grenada, West Indies, Caribbean.
West Indies,
Correct.
not Grenada, Spain.
Correct.
And what are you doing there?
I'm studying medicine.
You're studying medicine.
Yes.
Did you ever live in San Antonio?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you live, well, why were you in San Antonio?
I was studying at UT Health Science Center. I was in the Masters of Respiratory Care program
Okay, and where were you living when you lived in San Antonio?
at the Henry B.
At the Henry B
Correct.
apartments?
Correct.
Are those the ones that are located here in Bear County, off Vance Jackson?
Yeah, 11530 Van Jackson.
Okay. And what was your apartment number?
811.
Okay. What was the apartment number right above you?
I believe it was 812.
Okay. And would 810 been below you?
I think so.
That's how
I
it did
think
810
so.
below?
Excuse me, one at a time. I'm sorry.
I do believe so. Yes.
When you were living at 812, I'm sorry.
I was at
you were
811. Yes.
811.
Yes.
Did you ever know anything about your neighbors above you in 812?
As far as like
As far as, did you ever meet them?
in passing,
In
I would say yes.
Do you see the residents of 812? Do you see him in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing?
Yes, he is wearing a blue jacket, blue suit jacket,
Okay. I'll let the record reflect.
or navy blue suit. Yeah.
I'll let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Jose Ruiz. Now, how long did Mr. Ruiz live above you in 812?
I'm not entirely sure. A few months, I would say, a year.
And what time period did you live in Henry B Apartments?
I lived there for about 2 years, 2021 through a little bit of 2023, I believe.
Now, did you ever have any concerns about the individuals that lived above you?
Yes, I've called 911 multiple times for noise complaints, as well as the reason why we're here today, the child that was continuously crying.
Sorry,
And
excuse me, sir, could you speak a little slower and a little closer to the mic?
yeah, I mean, don't know how I can get
And
possibly closer
I'll
than
break
that.
that down a little bit.
Yeah.
Did you ever call emergency personnel regarding concerns about the individuals in the apartment above you?
Yes,
Did you call them multiple times?
yes.
Just generally, what were some of the reasons that you called?
Noise complaints, and the child that was crying.
Now let's talk about the child.
Okay.
Did you ever meet a child that lived in 812?
In passing, yes.
And could you approximate an age of the child?
Based on my medical experience, no more than 7 years old. I would say between, I don't know, 5 to 7.
And was the child male or female?
Female,
Did she have dark or light hair?
dark hair.
And did you ever speak to her?
No, she just pet my dog a couple of times going up and down the stairs, and we would say hi, she'd say hi, and that's about it.
Did you ever see more than one child?
I want to say yes, but I don't like completely recall. But I'd never seen any other children other than females. So if there was more than one child, another female possibly.
Did you know the name of the children?
No, ma'am.
or child?
No.
You said you lived in Henry B 2021 through 2022? Is that correct?
To 2023, yes.
Okay. When did you start noticing a child crying, if you remember?
Around, I want to say around that November 2021 timeframe.
And what, is there a particular time of day that you would hear the child?
Not a particular time, it's just I would say mostly during the day. Yeah.
And what was your work schedule back then?
It depended on what I was doing that day because I was in the program. So we would either be at the university, and that would usually be 8 to 5, and then like I'd come back home in the afternoons, or 7 to 7 at the hospital to do my rotations. But I wasn't always going to the hospital. Like it was some days yes, some days no, just depending on the schedule.
Did you ever work overnights?
Some yes,
What is it about, well, let me ask you this. Have you lived in apartments before?
yes,
Have you heard children crying before?
yes, but not this way.
Okay. What was it about this crying that caused you concern?
Two things: the intensity, like the wailing and how severely the child was crying, and that duration. It was very prolonged.
And while she was crying, did you ever hear her say any words with it?
Not words, just ow, ow, ow.
You could hear her say ow.
Yes,
How often would she say ow?
continuously.
And are you able to differentiate a child that is crying because they're upset they lost a toy versus a child crying in pain?
Yes,
What was this cry like?
more definitely in pain.
Were there other noises that you heard that maybe led you to believe that there was something going on causing the child pain?
Yes,
What other noises?
there was a male voice yelling, and then there was the voice of something making contact with the body, some like a hand or a device, or I don't know.
How often would you hear a male yelling?
Quite often. There was fights in that home most of the time.
Were you able to hear words when he would yell?
Sometimes, yes.
Did it sound like he was yelling at the child?
In that particular time when I called 911, yes, absolutely.
And you said you heard some kind of contact. Can you, was it a banging noise? Was it a screeching noise? What was the contact noise that you heard?
It's more like when a spank happens or like when something is slammed. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Did you ever hear a female, an adult voice?
Yes.
What was the nature of the female's voice when you would hear it?
Yelling as well.
Could you tell if it was directed at the child as well or someone else?
I could not.
Specifically, and we listened to your 911 call. You had reviewed your 911 call today, correct?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
You had reviewed the 911 call that you made.
Correct.
Prior to coming to court.
Correct.
When you made that call, was there a voice that seemed like attributable to the pain and the crying that you heard?
From the child?
Yes.
Yes.
Was that the male or the female voice?
The female voice was saying ow, and she was just continuously crying and wailing, and the male voice was yelling at her.
Do you recall if he was saying anything when he was yelling?
Yes.
What was he saying?
He was saying, do not cry, do not cry. I can't really tell if he was saying, do not do that, or, and then definitely saying, I am talking to you.
Do you recall if you heard the adult female voice during this interaction?
I do not recall that.
How often would you hear the child crying accompanied by another individual, an adult yelling? How often would you hear that?
I don't recall how often, but I recall that the time that I called was the most severe time that I've heard it.
Do you feel that it was the male or the female who was causing the banging noises?
The time that I called was definitely the male.
And can you recall how many times you called 911?
For the noise complaints or for the incident in general?
Specifically regarding just any concerns with 812?
I want to say 3 times.
Okay. So, okay. And did you ever observe any injuries on the child?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
Good afternoon. sir.
Good afternoon,
My name
ma'am.
is Teresa Conley, and I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right, is this witness excused or subject? to-
Wow, I can't believe she didn't ask him that, Chrissy.
No, sir, no, you are not subject to recall.
Yeah, he's excused and he can fly home.
I figured she'd be like, why didn't you go up there and do something?
You can't discuss your testimony with anything or do anything.
But
and you're
there's quite the
excused.
size
Thank you.
difference
State
between
call your
those
next
two.
witness.
I don't blame him.
The state calls.
He did what he could.
It's hair day?
Yes, I know you guys are all you're all shocked too. I can't believe she didn't at
You
least
take a seat
ask
here,
him that.
please.
Yep, I agree. And it's Texas. So there's that
All right, can you raise your right hand?
thing that
Solemnly
they
swear
have in
affirm
their
the testimony you give will be the truth,
possession.
nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Gabriela Iturbe.
All right, state.
Good afternoon, Gabriela. Can you please spell your full name for the court reporter?
Gabriela. Last name Iturbe, Iturbe.
Can you please pronounce your last name?
Iturbe?
Okay. So, do you live here in San Antonio?
Yes.
And was there ever a time when you lived at the Henry B apartments on Vance Jackson?
Yes.
What apartment number did you live when you were there?
I don't remember the
You don't
number.
remember? Do you remember what building it was? Remember building?
No.
No, that's okay. That's okay. When did you live
It's too
there?
Chrissy. It is pretty.
It was about 2020, 2021, around there.
Okay.
Ma'am, would you mind speaking up your, please?
All right, make sure you speak up.
I know what it
And
is.
do you go by Gabby?
Yeah. Yes.
Can I call you Gabby?
Sure.
Okay. Gabby, did you have anyone living with you at the time?
Yes. My fiance and my daughter.
And how old was your daughter when you lived at Henry B?
A couple months.
A baby.
Yes, she's little.
When was she born?
In 2020,
I guess what month?
in December.
Okay. So,
I'm sorry, I can't hear the witness.
All right, could you just try to speak louder, please? And then just speak directly to the microphone.
Okay.
Next question.
yes. So, December 2020.
Mhm.
Okay. So, 2021, she was a little baby,
Yes.
right? Did you ever, while you were living at Henry B, start having concerns about the behaviors of the neighbor?
Yes.
Do you, did you ever see this neighbor?
Here and there, just kind of mainly in the stairwell area, parking lot.
And where was your apartment related to the neighbor you had concerns about?
If you were facing the building, our apartment was on the right side. We shared separate stairwells though.
Did you share any walls?
Yes.
What was the layout of your apartment?
If you were to walk in, there's like a little hallway on the left side. It was the primary bedroom and a closet. And then it leads into a Jack and Jill restroom. And then the spare bedroom.
Okay, so it was a 2-bedroom?
Yes.
Did you have a fireplace?
Yes.
Did you have a balcony?
Yes.
Do you see that neighbor in court today?
Yes.
Can you please identify that neighbor by an article of clothing?
Suit and tie.
I'll let the record reflect that she has identified the defendant, Jose Ruiz.
All right, is he the only person with a suit and tie?
Can you add another description, please?
Glasses and beard.
All right, is he the only person with glasses and beard?
Say the suit colored jacket or
On the far
jacket.
right side, far
What
right.
color tie?
Black.
Okay. Let the record reflect that she has identified the defendant, Jose Ruiz.
He's looking down his tie like, maybe.
So, generally, at first, what were your concerns about Mr. Ruiz?
Like in general, all over.
In general, well, I guess, what was your first concern about Mr. Ruiz?
Mainly it was just the loud music at first. It was just random hours, like 12, 2 in the morning. And I mean, then it was like the parking.
Then it was the parking?
Mhm.
Okay. Was there ever anything that caused you so much concern that you wanted to call the police?
Yes.
What was that?
The screaming, the sounds of hitting, yelling, kids crying.
What kind of screaming did you hear?
Like just cussing, yelling at them, just yelling in general. I don't know.
Did you hear a male voice yelling?
I heard both.
And you heard a female?
Correct.
Were these adult voices?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever hear children yelling?
Not so much yelling, but more crying or screaming.
And you had a baby at the time, right? Can you tell the difference between crying because they need something or crying from pain?
Yes.
What was this crying?
It was harmful, like pleading. It would, yes.
Did you ever hear, as the child was crying, did she ever say anything?
I did hear him refer to her as dad.
Did you refer to the male voice as dad?
So I assumed he was the father, yes. It would be like, no, dad, stop, or just crying in general, saying stop, or just tears or screaming, no.
Did you ever learn the child's name?
Yes.
How did you know the child's name?
I heard the female voice scream Mercedes a lot, like she was blaming her for a lot of things, saying things were her fault and like Mercedes stop, or just really loud.
Was there another child with them?
Yes.
Did you know the other child's name?
No.
Did you ever hear another name cried out?
Mm-mm.
It was always Mercedes.
Mm-mm.
Oh, I'm sorry. You'll have to say yes or no.
Yes.
It was always Mercedes.
Yes.
And you never heard any other children's name?
No.
And you didn't even know what the other child's name was?
No, I didn't.
So were you ever introduced to the children?
No.
You only know Mercedes' name because that's what you heard screamed through.
Yes.
How often would you hear
At least once a week. I mean, it was a while ago, so I can't say specifically the days, but it was quite often. It was a little too much, you know.
Were there ever any other noises accompanying the crying?
Yes, of like I said, the loud music a lot of the times. Hitting, you could hear like slaps or punches.
And the slaps or punches,
Mhm.
would it be a slap, small slap, or what makes you think that they were slaps or punches?
Well, punches are more muffled, you know, you kind of hear like a ugh in the end, and then a slap is a little bit louder, higher pitched. And I mean, it has to be loud for it to be going through the wall.
And was it at the same time you heard the crying?
Pretty much most times, yeah.
Okay, so hearing the yelling and the crying and the noises put together, that's what led you to believe it was a bunch.
Yes.
Did you ever document anything when you would hear these?
Yes.
Why would you document?
It just felt wrong. Like I had just had a gut feeling that something was wrong, and it just better feel safe than sorry kind of thing.
And did you call the police?
Yes.
And did an officer come out?
Yes.
Did anything happen with that?
No.
Did an officer ever talk to you?
No.
Before it was too late?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
At least you tried, because it didn't sound like they tried when they very first started talking about the neighbors.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, defense has questions about my exhibit. May I have a few seconds to explain them to you?
Are you surprised the defense has questions about your exhibit? They question all your stuff. I want to know if we're going to get to hear from that man in the middle.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been labeled the state's exhibit number 85. Are those the notes you kept for yourself?
Yes, I think this was a day that it was specifically bad because it was really a random time for it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I was more awake because it was during the day.
Okay. And
Wow.
I don't want you to read directly from it, but if you need to refer to it to remember kind of the events of that night in particular.
Okay.
When did the crime start that night?
I mean, around 4:30.
I don't know, Hamilton.
And how long did the crying go on?
About 3 hours.
And were you trying to sleep during this?
I mean, I woke up because my daughter woke up, and then, you know, having to really put her back down just kind of around the apartment.
How long? You said this particular date, and do you recall what date this was?
November 30th,
Of what year?
2021.
Okay. How long did this episode last where you were documenting it? From when to when?
About November to January.
And on this particular night, how long were you taking notes?
I believe I started when my daughter woke up, and then until I stopped hearing things. It was about 3 p.m.
Okay. So, and when did you start? What time did you start?
Around 4.
Okay, so from 4 a.m. to 3 p.m., you were hearing concerning
Mhm.
noises.
Oh, please tell me you called.
Noises of a child crying.
Here and there. Yeah.
Oh, she called the police.
A voice.
Yes.
Could you ever make out words?
Not always. So I mean, it's a wall. But it's fairly thin enough to hear what's happening, but not always full sentences, I guess.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes. You all can approach the witness without asking the court to approach the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, I'm showing you what has been previously admitted.
Yeah.
Has State's Exhibit number 80.
I'm just hoping they say she called.
Do you
Didn't
recognize
listen to
this
that for
floor
12
plan?
hours.
Yes, ours is the same, just flipped the other way.
Yours is flipped the other way.
Mhm.
Which wall? Well, you said you shared a wall
Yes, the whole line on this far right side.
on the right side. So the wall with the bedroom, the study, and the bathroom.
Correct.
Okay. Was there a particular part of that wall that you shared where you heard more screaming than the others?
Mostly in the bedroom.
In the bedroom. Was there a particular? So it's fair to say your floor plan was just flipped.
Correct.
So yours was bedroom, bedroom, and closet, closet, bathroom, bathroom, study, study, and everything was just flipped.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So was your bedroom? Was it your bedroom where you heard it?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a particular part of the bedroom?
I would say mainly along the line that we shared, and then I think maybe sometimes in the closet, just maybe it just muffles through or.
The closet?
Mhm.
Do you remember any words in particular that were screamed that stand out to you?
The little girl saying, "No, daddy, stop." Am I allowed to talk about the mom as well, or?
I'll stop you right there.
Okay.
When the mom, you heard the mom yelling. Though.
Yes.
Was it yelling directed at Mercedes?
Yes.
Was she referring to her other daughter in any way?
Not on most occasions. No, it was mainly at her.
And did the noises that you heard, could you tell if they were coming from the male or the female at all?
Yeah, they're pretty distinctive.
And so, what do you feel was more frequent?
I would say the male.
And when the noises that sounded like a male banging would happen, was the crying different between the male and the female?
I believe that the crying was just more somber. With the female, it was more like yelling words back versus just kind of quietly.
So, did it sound like she was fighting back?
I think she would just kind of talk back to the female in certain ways, but of course I couldn't make out exactly what she was saying to her.
So when the female was yelling and there were sounds like maybe banging, you're saying that Mercedes would talk back?
On some occasions, yes.
Okay. When the male, in your opinion, the male was making banging noises, did you ever hear Mercedes talk back?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
Defense. Good afternoon, my name is Teresa Collin. You did call the police.
Yes.
Did they come?
Yes.
Did they interview you?
No.
Was any action taken to your knowledge?
No.
Did you hear them go upstairs?
I believe once they did.
Once they did?
Yes, they never went inside though. They just talked to them from the door.
How do you know they never went inside?
Because it was a quick conversation and then they closed the door. We can hear when the door opens.
A quick conversation?
It seemed like it was very short. It wasn't like they came in.
Do you have any idea what the nature of the conversation was?
Not entirely, no.
And you're sure that police did not go into the apartment?
Yes.
Did they interview the child, do you know?
As far as I know, they did not.
Did you ever
I
call the police
100%
any other
agree.
time?
believe I
Alicia,
called
I hope I'm saying your name
2
right.
times, yes.
Did the police ever come other than this?
No.
So what did you do? You called 911 or you called directly to SAPD?
911.
You called 911. At least twice more.
Correct.
And nobody ever responded,
No, ma'am.
even by phone?
Nobody ever gave me an update on anything, no.
Did you ever see the police at any other time other than that one night?
I believe when we first started calling about like mainly noise complaints, they did show up once, but I think because it was just like a reoccurring thing, they stopped caring.
The only time you ever called about a child crying was that one time when they did come, but they only stayed outside to the best of your knowledge.
I believe I called twice about the child crying.
Twice.
Yes.
The second time they never showed up?
No.
And the first time they never interviewed the child.
They never
as
saw
far as
her,
you know?
no. Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Sherburne. I'm finished. Yes, witness.
I do have a few more questions, Sherman. Did you ever see the child?
On I believe the last day she left the apartment complex, yes.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I want to say February
Of what year?
of 2022 because it was just the new year.
And what was she doing?
On that day, they were coming downstairs with the female, and I remember it was weird because it was a really hot day, and they were wearing big coats, like really big puffy, like parka style jackets with like fur or something on the hood.
Could you see Mercedes' arms?
That's weird.
No,
Did you see her head?
not really. No,
Did she have something on her head?
just the hood.
And was it just Mercedes?
It was, and the other little girl as well.
Was the mom there?
Yes.
Did you speak to them?
No.
Was Jose there?
No.
And where did they go when they got down the stairs?
They got into a black SUV with somebody else driving. The mom got in the passenger side and the girls got in the back seat.
Did you notice anything about the way they were walking?
Just somber, like really sad, kind of kept their heads down, not really. I could tell the mom was rushing them. And I mean, personally, I always walk behind my daughter. And she was walking in front with them trailing behind.
So which daughter was trailing behind?
They were both behind her.
And you said it looked like they were rushing?
The mom was, yeah. Like it was kind of like, get in the car, let's go.
No further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You're saying it was February. Are you sure it was February?
I'd say around then, yeah.
You said it was a hot day.
It was a random hot day because it had been like cold and hot and cold and hot. Yeah.
San Antonio. But you're thinking around the beginning of February or the end of February? Or
I don't recall when.
we recall they were wearing heavy coats on
Yeah.
that day.
Yeah, I just remember it was a hot day and it was weird because they were wearing really big coats.
Were they carrying luggage or bags of clothes or anything, do you know?
Mm-hmm.
Did you speak to these people?
No.
February 7th was, I believe, February
The rule
7th.
has- Any other questions? The rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state and the defense, and you're not allowed to do anything about this case. Do you understand? All right, you may step down. State, call your next witness.
My daughter lives in Texas, and she has told me this whole winter, it's one day it's cold, and then they're really hot. So obviously we're just covering her up.
All right, does someone want to move state's exhibit number 85?
Yes, Judge. Can you approach very briefly?
Yes, but you want to remove state's exhibit number 85?
Especially apparently Texas weather. I mean, I don't live there, but just from what Carmen has told me, that it gets hot and cold, and it can change a lot. I know her weather temperatures have been up in like big swings. I wonder who this is. Wonder if it's going to be that woman's husband. And as far as people asking, I'm wondering if they marched Jordan out and showed Jordan to the police, because Jordan didn't have any marks on her. And it's like, see, everybody's fine. And then old Mercedes is just back there hidden. Yes, day one, there was a CPS worker that was called to testify. Another person that worked in I believe they worked in CPS. They had a lot of responsibilities and titles. And then they played the audio. We didn't see any video of Jordan, which is her sister. And she told all about everything that was happening to Mercedes. And she named the mom, and she named Jose by Jose's name, not dad. And it's super hard to hear anyway. But it's hard to listen to, because you can tell it is such a, I wanted to say random. It's not random. It happens a lot. And she's just very nonchalant about it, because yeah, mom slapped Mercedes, well, what'd you see? And she was bleeding, or, I mean, she just like, whatever, just go about your day. But so, yeah, CPS was there. And I believe on that day they testified that CPS was there in January and didn't remove anybody. And then I believe February 7th was the day that they took her to the hospital, and she was already gone, I believe, before they got to the hospital.
Make sure you keep your voice up for members of the jury. The court reporter, state your name for the record.
Gabriel Granado.
State.
Yes. Good afternoon. Do you know Gabby Turpin?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That is my wife now.
And do you have any children with her?
I do have one.
Were you living with her at the Henry apartment?
Yes, I was.
What time frame was that?
We moved in. It was in March of 2020, and lease ended in March of 2021, beginning of March.
2021?
Sure. No, sorry. 2021 March of 2021 to 2022.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Was there anyone else that lived with you other than your wife and your child?
No.
Do you recall the apartment number?
Don't worry, she'll tell him.
It's 805. I believe so.
Okay. Do you recall having
concerns about a neighbor.
Yes.
Do you recall what apartment number that was?
Yes, 812.
Did you ever observe the neighbor in 812?
Very frequently, yes.
Do you see that neighbor?
I do.
Can you please identify him by the color, by an article and colors?
Hispanic male, gray slacks with a navy jacket, black tie, white shirt, beard, glasses, and I believe a tattoo in the back of his neck.
You got more specific.
Okay. What was the nature of your concerns about Mr. Ruiz?
At first, when we first noticed him moved into the apartment, he was he seemed okay, just a regular neighbor. There was no anything that was off about him, other than he drove a big truck, took up most of the parking spaces, and that was pretty much what I recall from the beginning.
Did you ever see any children at 812?
Towards the ending of the year of 2021, it was like towards October, November, and December when I noticed children.
So end of 2021, you started seeing children.
Yes, correct.
How many children?
2.
Did you know the names of the children?
No, I did not. Not at that time.
Did you ever have any concern as to the children?
During like November, around that time in November, there was incidents where we had concerns, or I had concerns of the child crying and screaming and being outside and not being watched outside.
Did you ever hear adults yelling?
Yes, very frequently.
And was there one area of the apartment where you would hear more noises?
It was mostly in our bedroom. In our bedroom, we heard most noises, and mostly to like the closet area as well.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't make this clear. Did you share a wall with that neighbor?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was it about the closet? I guess you heard most of it from the closet. Am I understanding that correctly?
It's a offset building, so it's about maybe like 4 to 5 feet offset. So I don't know how to describe it, but other than that, like, where his bedroom was kind of close to our closet.
Okay. Did you ever hear any, when you would hear yelling or crying, did you ever hear any words accompanying that?
Yes. Most of the words were a gentleman, yelling at a kid and cussing at a kid, and I don't know if I should say it, but like saying, shut the fuck up, and and so forth on that.
Did you ever hear any music come from that apartment?
Oh, very frequently, yes.
Okay. Was it ever in conjunction with the crying?
2 times there was.
Okay. And was it just the crying? Was it the same time as loud music, or was it clear that there was another connection there?
So it was crying and with music and the sound of something getting hit, right?
I hate that sound too.
Getting punched.
Okay. Did the crying start before the music?
It was usually during the music.
Okay. And how loud would the music be?
Enough to where I had to move to the living room to technically sleep and so forth. So I don't know what that would justify loudness.
Okay. And I know your wife called police. Did you ever call police?
Yes.
Did you ever see the children?
Twice. Once, twice, both outside out of our, in their parking area where we're parked.
Did you ever see the children with Mr. Ruiz?
Yes.
How did they appear around him?
they wouldn't really be directive towards him. It was just more towards the mom. So they wouldn't go to him as like the primary.
Defense?
No questions, sir, thank you.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of defense. And you're not allowed to do anything about the case. Do you understand? All right, thank you, Ms. State, call your next witness.
State called Ralph Shocker. He is on Zoom.
You say he's on Zoom.
Mr. Shocker, if you'll show your video, please.
Yep. Hamilton, I thought you were being serious. I'll just see myself out.
State, you want to call your witness and let them know that we're recording.
Sorry, Judge, just one moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, normally witnesses must appear in court. However, Mr. Shocker could not be in court, so both parties have agreed that he be allowed to appear by Zoom. Defense, do you have any objections to Mr. Shocker appearing by Zoom?
Could you let the judge finish?
And State, do you have any objections?
No, Judge.
And Mr. Ruiz, do you have any objections to Mr. Shocker appearing by Zoom? All right. Mr. Shocker, I need you to unmute, please.
I think Mr.
Say something for me, please.
Ruiz has a shocker.
Yeah.
All
Good
right.
afternoon.
All right, thank you. I need you to keep your voice at that level so that the court reporter can hear. Could you raise your right hand for me?
And I'm not
Do you solemnly
kidding.
swear and affirm that the testimony you
Because
give will be the truth?
he's got something on his leg.
So help you God?
I do.
You can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Ralph Shockert, Shockert, SCHOCKERT.
Right, state.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Shocker, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you tell me, have you ever been on a grand jury?
Yes, I have.
And when were you on a grand jury?
It's about 2 years ago, May, June.
Okay, so 2 years ago, so 2022?
That is correct.
Okay. Just briefly, can you explain to the jury what a grand jury does?
A grand jury hears from the, was there something said, the lady?
Yeah, hold on just a second.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like an offer of proof on this witness
Offer proof as to what?
as to what he's testifying.
I believe he's here to testify about the finding of matter and means unknown. I could be incorrect about that. Is that what he's here to testify to?
That is what he's doing.
Your Honor, I object to that. I don't think his testimony is relevant. There's only one person on the grand jury. Why not bring them all?
All right,
Somebody might dispute what he has to say.
all right, that objection will be overruled. State.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Shocker, I'm going to ask my question again. Can you just briefly explain to the jury what the purpose or what the duties of a grand jury was?
Yeah, the deputy district attorneys are presenting cases and circumstances that found out through different means, police.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, how is this witness qualified to say what the procedures are for the grand jury? He's a man who's there maybe one time.
All right, do you want to lay the foundation?
Yes, sir. Mr. Shocker, how long were you on a grand jury?
In a total of 8 weeks.
Okay, and how often do you come and perform your duties as a grand juror?
That was two times a week.
Okay, so for several months you're here and twice a week, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do we want to address the objection now, or is that sufficient?
Is there another objection?
Your Honor, he was there for a total of 8 weeks, twice a week. How does that qualify him to be an expert on what happens in a grand jury?
All right, that objection will be overruled. Ask your next question, please.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Trucker, just to be clear, you're not there to establish guilt. You're only establishing probable cause. Is that what was explained to you?
Right. We were instructed that as a grand jury, we only have to come to a decision whether a crime is probable that a crime has happened, and that the accused are probably being the perpetrators in these cases. So only probability.
Yes.
Objection again, hearsay.
All right, that'll be sustained. Could parties approach, please?
Hey, do we all get to be experts about juries and courtroom proceedings now? We watch quite a bit. That's its own job. Well, you're thinking better than I was, because I was thinking, I can't. Never mind. I was just thinking of sandwiches. That's all I'm going to say. Aw. You don't, Roseanne.
All right, State, ask your next question.
Mr. Shocker, do you remember a case being presented to you involving Jose Angel Ruiz?
Yes, I do.
And out of all the 8 weeks, why do you remember, or why is that case significant? Was it a big case to you?
I think it was presented on the second day of us being in.
Objection, that was a leading question by the prosecutor.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
Why is the case memorable to you?
Because of the death of a child.
Okay. And okay, Mr. Tucker, do you recall the evidence being presented to you?
Some of them, it's 2 years ago, and I obviously I wasn't allowed even to take notes. But some of them I might remember.
Okay. And so do you recall that there was a charge involving serious bodily injury?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, did you know how that serious bodily injury was caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
What is your objection?
No foundation. Only one serious bodily injury in all the time that he was on the grand jury?
All right, that objection will be overruled. Ask your question.
Did you know at the time the case was presented to you, based on what was presented to you, did you know what caused that serious bodily injury?
No, I did not.
So were the manner and means of that injury unknown to you at the time?
On the severe injuries, yes. The only thing that was mentioned in detail was.
I'm gonna stop you.
All right, everyone approach. Ladies and gentlemen, I have
Ooh, she's mad now.
outside for a moment, please.
Oh, she mad now. I might have to go. Oh, they're going up. I was gonna say, I might have to go up to the court feed, go back over to the court feed. But if they're going up there, we won't be able to hear it anyway. Yes, Gabby, you are right. We have the meats. But all your other thoughts were good too. Good heavens. I don't know, Hamilton. Oh, I'm sitting over here. Oh my gosh. I don't know, Hamilton, because I was getting messages and I had to answer them and I missed it. I just heard her get really mad. Now I'm just trying to fast forward. Judge is leaving. That guy isn't really appearing by Zoom. He's out and back. She's gonna go get him, straighten him up.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, Mr. Shocker, you're still under oath. State,
That's what it is.
defense.
How many people are on the grand jury, sir?
Well,
Well,
Why were you picked?
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused?
From the state, yes.
From the defense.
All right, Mr. Shocker, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense, and you're not to view anything. Do you understand?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
So the state must have lost whatever that it was they were trying to
And
do.
ladies, I know you're getting and gentlemen, I know you're getting your exercise today, but for the next witness, we just need to set up things a little bit differently. So remember my instructions. I'm going to send you back to the jury room, and once we're ready, I'll bring you out. All right? All right, please rise for the jurors.
Did the defense excuse him? Because I couldn't hear her. I couldn't understand what she said. Because she said the rule was invoked and he couldn't watch or discuss anything. So I assume she didn't excuse him.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State that your witness here.
Actively working on it.
Thank you.
Must be a short witness. We better get to see it. I'm not feeling good about it. Very short witness. Oh, okay. I guess I didn't pay. Sometimes she starts, I know she's saying the same thing, so I just stopped paying attention.
All right, we're back on the record. State,
Shouldn't be
with
that way.
regards to your next witness, that is a minor, are you intending
No.
to call that witness?
Your Honor, we had been intending, however, we looked at the evidence so far and we had talked to family and we had plans in place and we made the decision not to call.
All right, in defense, are you planning on calling this minor witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so that witness is not under the rule then, and that witness will not be called by either party in this phase of the trial. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right, is there any other witness that is here?
No, Your Honor, we had Detective Oliva was on her way. However, she messaged our advocate and said that her mother is sick and she can't make it. So we would ask to resume tomorrow morning.
All right, so we're going to resume tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
I wonder if that was Jordan. I wonder if they were going to call Jordan. She's so little. even now, because it took him so long to bring it to trial, she'd be what, 8 or 9? If it was her, I'm glad they decided not to call her because wow. She's had time for all that to set in now and understand it only as her 8 or 9-year-old brain can. Well, when you think things can't get worse, they're like, we're not done yet. So, just an FYI, I say it all the time. If you ever see me laughing or chuckling at something, it's always something in my chat, and it's generally some random thing that has nothing to do with the trial because none of us would ever laugh at this. It's horrible, but sometimes you just need a little bit of humor to get you through these horrible things. So I don't want anybody to ever think that about any of us or me in particular because I'm the only wonderful face you're seeing. Gabby, I'm not going to, but I really thought about shutting this one down and starting the next one up because I'm home alone tonight. So I was like, I don't have anything to do. Like I can go do day 3 today. I can just turn around and go do it. But I figure all you guys have stuff to do. So but there's quite a bit of you here. So if you want me to go into the next day, because I'm trying to get caught up, I guess just to let me know in chat because I got nothing. I, my husband and my son and a friend are going out tonight, so I am home. They invited me, but I said no. All right. We're rolling. You're gonna have to give me a minute. I gotta shut this down. I gotta get the other one going. So I don't have Blue Moon. I have water. I can get one though. I think I have 2 in the fridge. Let's come back at all right, 3:30 Eastern time, my time, 15 minutes. I gotta go feed my dogs. I gotta get the stream, just one shut down, the other one set up. Is that good? 3:30 Eastern time, we'll come back and we'll do day 3 and we'll just keep pushing on. So I will be back at 3:30 Eastern. All righty. See you in a few.